get into some of the details. The budget document you have before you is also available online. And there were some comments before the meeting about the size of the font. You can always get a much larger view of the font as you look through the ClearGov app software that Finance purchased. And I know that Paula and Russ went through a great deal of work to put all this up there. So if you have any thoughts or comments, please pass them along.
Copies of the schedule?
I can make sure copies of the schedule. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Could you go ask Diane maybe to get some copies? And everybody will have them. So our total operating budget with all our combined funds, not just the general fund, but our utilities, debt service fund, special funds, total over $140 million. When you add our capital improvements, another $69.71 million. So roughly about $210 million is the city's overall operating and capital budget. The biggest focus is typically on the general fund, and the general fund is slightly over $49.5 million. That only represents a 0.51% increase over the 2021 budget, and there's some variety of reasons for that. The levy is proposed at $43.7 million. You'll recall the council gave us some direction about keeping the levy increase in the range of 4 and 4.5. Mr. Van Gompel and his staff put it right down the middle at 4.23 is what's proposed. That projects a tax rate of 11.4124, which is about a 27-cent increase, and Russ can go into that a little later because I think there's value to walk through that part of the process. Every department's going to be providing you summaries over the next 2 days. So I won't dwell on a lot of the detail, but general categories, public safety is a $956,000 increase. And just as a point of reference, public safety remains a priority in our strategic plan, and that's also reflected in our general fund. It's over 60% of our general fund between police and fire. And both Chiefs Smith and Stanley will get into some details. There's a few things that I can highlight a little bit later, but enhancing our body cam software, and Chief will explain that a little later, much better than I ever could. But enhancing the software to actually make, when there are requests for body cam footage, they can make it available quicker through this enhanced method. And then there's some proposed increases for fire. Once we move things over to central garage, it's actually proven to be very successful, but whenever you send a maintenance responsibility over to somebody new, they start looking at everything. So they've identified some needs that are there, and I think it'll increase the reliability of our public safety apparatus. Public Works is actually seeing a decrease, and I'll let Russ get into that a little bit because it's really about financially reorganizing our central garages. Not that there's a big increase, and that all has to do with expenditure restraint. So as we get into central garage, we can talk about that. But we've essentially, for expenditure restraint purposes, we were technically double budgeting, meaning we were, central garage had the expenses and those expenses were duplicated in the department. It's not that there was double money, but there was double budgeting. And statistically, we were killing ourselves on expenditure restraint for that reason. So Russ and James have figured out a way to take care of that.
It's just basically an accounting thing. And just real quickly, when the expense were booked in central garage and then reallocated to the departments, it was expensed the second time. So we were basically double counting our expenditures. So we've moved them into what's called an internal service fund, which is outside the general fund. So all the expenditures are counted there, and then when they're used by the department, then they're only expensed once in the general fund. It's just an accounting thing.
This is something that I've actually been hoping for a number of years, so I really appreciate Russ saying, what do you think of an internal service fund for Central Garage? I'm like, yes, it's about time. So it was really very beneficial for us.
So have we, in the past, been challenged by the expenditure restraint because of the double counting?
Yep. Yeah, in summary, yes, emphatically. So yeah, that'll fix that issue. So it's one of those expenditure restraint issues that, we're doing. It only does a one-time fix, but it prevents it from being a problem in the future. Employee health insurance, I think the council's already heard about that through the budget work sessions, but the original estimate was about 27% increase. We've been able to get it down to about 12%. So we're appreciative of that. But still, my concern is that these negative trends on health insurance are actually going to continue into 2023. So, even though the council only adopts a one-year budget, we're always looking at the following year because anything we do this year might have an impact. You can't poke a balloon without it popping out somewhere else. Definitely, health insurance is one of those that we're keeping an eye on. General insurance is another one. Our workers' compensation claims over the past 3 years have gone up. I think the council's aware of some of them, but I won't go into those details for obvious reasons. But our claim history has we have a self-insured workers' comp fund, and because of these increased claims over the last 3 years, our fund balance is in rough shape. Russ has identified some ways to correct those, but we need to absorb an increase to get the fund back on track for our current loss history. And we budget a certain amount of costs every year, and we've just exceeded those the last few years. And when Administrative Services is in here, our safety officer, Paul Greener, can get into a little more detail on that. The general fund itself has no elimination of current staff positions, but also no increase in staffing on the general fund side. There are some little things that some of the departments will talk about later on personnel costs, but staffing is not necessarily one of them. And you'll see enhancement options that staff will be presenting to you. With that, I would say that our levy, maybe Russ, this would be a good time to talk about the levy and the worksheet that you have put together.
Okay. Before I get to that, I just wanted to make everybody aware the budget itself is actually online through a web-based product that Mark mentioned earlier. It's called ClearGov, but it comes under the city's website. So if you go to the city website under government and financial and budget information, you can get to this link. And just real quickly, there's a menu ribbon through the middle here. And the letter is in the introduction section. There's some other demographic information, a description on all of our funds, our organizational chart, and the fund balance, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But Mark wanted me to talk about the tax levy, so let me just call that up. Hopefully you can see that, and I can make that a little bit bigger, but basically, here we have the levy for each of the various funds. This is also on page 42 in your book.
Yeah, there we go.
And the general fund is going up by less than 1%, about 107,000. We have levy going to other special revenue funds. So that's out there as well. And those include garbage collection, street lighting, museum, senior services, library, cemetery, the leach, the water park, and rental inspections. And then we have the capital improvement funds that is proposed to remain the same at $1,000,001. Most of the increase is tied to debt service. We knew that coming in. In 2020, we lowered our levy for debt service because we had some excess funds, so we were able to take advantage of that. So this is pretty similar to the levy that we had back in 2019. So you can look at those numbers. Again, it comes up to about a 4.2% increase in the levy, 4.23. There's the dollar increase. And then in this middle section, I just said that if the council was interested to, look at that 4.5% levy number, you really have about $112,000 below that 4.5%. So 112,000 represents the difference between the 4.23 and the 4.5. And then the next box talks about assessed valuation. At this point, we are still working on an assumed assessed valuation. That's why it's highlighted. We should get those numbers before the public hearing by the end of the month. The equalized value is set, and that's projected to increase by 13%. But if you look at the assessed valuation and the taxes on a $150,000 house, this current proposed budget would increase the taxes by $40.66. So that's a summary of the levy and the impact.
And that really is the barometer that I would recommend that you look at, because even though values have been going up a lot, the assessed value has remained fairly static. So the $150,000 house last year is still assessed at about $150,000 this year. So that's I would say, the most reliable barometer for you to, when you're talking to a member of the public, what's it going to mean for me? Because my value has gone up, and this has gone up, and that's gone up. That's probably the best way to do it. That's when you get talked about that increase in the levy. I've always preferred focusing on the levy because that's what we collect. And I think it's appropriate to do that. There are a few more things that I wanted to get into, but I thought it was important for you to see that part of the levy. The challenges that we have in the context of the levy, I'm on page 10 now. Really some of the opportunities and challenges, because inflation, for the first time in a long time, I'm talking about inflation. Certainly the delayed impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has still had impact, and you know this from your own personal household as well as any of your businesses. Inflation caused by the current labor shortage, increase in cost for fuel and commodities, and of course, I mentioned earlier, health insurance. We do have some increases due to our labor agreements, but we were planning for 2022 to be a rough year. When the pandemic first hit, we wanted to brace for 2022. Honestly, the things I thought would happen didn't, but we still have challenges. They just aren't the ones we necessarily predicted at the time. But fuel and personnel are really a huge part of that. Unfortunately, there's, with no staffing increases, and you still have 2 public safety studies that have identified needs, and the chiefs are going to go into that. I will defer to them for them to make. They can probably they'll always do a better job at making a case for their own individual areas. But this year we're not proposing any increases there, and I think that's part of the reason that Russ is like, you got about 112,000 in cushion from the self-imposed top that the consensus number was there, about 4.5%. Unfortunately, the challenges we have on the property tax is we're still overly reliant on that. I've said that before, and the council totally gets that. The fact that you were giving me one of the goals to really push for municipal services payment program recognizes that we're over reliant on property taxes. We need to continue those discussions at the state level, and I can tell you with the League of Municipalities, that's something that we're working on, and Russ and I have both been asked to assist in some efforts about how we can address those issues with both our fellow cities as well as towns and counties, because this is an issue that isn't just unique to us, it's stretching across everything. But some of the benefits we have, and I think it's important to point out, we do have a very strong fund balance. And the increase in property values does improve our debt position and our ability to assume debt, and the council's already taken some action with that. I'm going to take you over to the fund balance itself, because I think there's some things there that present an opportunity for us. The fact that our fund balance as of the end of 2020 is over the maximum that's been set by council policy. Our maximum fund balance is supposed to be 30% of our general fund expenditures, and we're actually at almost 32%, and we project we could be at 38.8% by the end of by the end of this year. So we have several $1 million. Russ, what page is that fund balance summary?
13.
13, thank
The
you.
summary, oh, I'm sorry, no.
49, thank you, Paula.
I was looking.
So, yeah, if you go to page 49, we are required by our ordinance or by our resolution to report on that. And it's, when it's as good as this, you can see that 30% on page 49, the very last number there, the maximum fund balance, should be about $14,875,000. And we're projecting that we're going to be at $18.2 million by the end of this year. So we are in very good shape. What do you do with that? That's where you get an opportunity to perhaps do some investment in capital projects. We're going to be suggesting some things. In fact, we just suggested one last week that the council approved, which was the Emerald Ash Borer. I mean, that's a one-time thing that we have to address that. And that was, what, Russ, about 145,000, 150?
Yeah.
So that's just one example, but one-time expenditures. We're going to have community development very shortly. Mr. Alger's here. He'll talk about the need for us to do our reval. We think that that's the appropriate place, using our fund balance to fund our revaluation and not tax for that. Essentially, we've already taxed for it. We might as well use those resources. And then lastly, the class and compensation study. Were there any other ones, Russ, that we were tentatively talking about suggesting the use of fund balance? Those seem to be the big three.
Yeah, I think that's it.
But as we talk about how we're going to use ARPA money, and you may disagree with a recommendation we want to make on using some ARPA funds, another alternative is fund balance. If you say, well, I'm not exactly sure if I want to use ARPA, or vice versa, I'm not sure I want to use fund balance for that, you can use ARPA. And those are things that you're going to see. Speaking of ARPA, Mr. Van Gompel has been taking a look at various requests, and there are projects that we still think we need to address. The police and fire radios is amongst them, and I did have that highlighted on one of the pages, and I think I already skipped over it. Oh yeah, public safety radios, the Menominee Park Beach House, Grand Opera House lighting, parking lot repairs, concrete street repairs. We're recommending the use of ARPA funds to cover those. With police and fire radios, we really need to make that decision before December. This is on page 9. You'll see that, that the first bullet under strategic plan in terms of infrastructure.
Mark, do you know, what will that process look like? I mean, the money's not in here yet, right, in the budget?
Correct.
For those?
Prior to adoption, we'll be bringing those forward. But I think we want to get it on the table so that we can have those discussions.
Okay, cool.
Because, and if I don't mention it, Chiefs Stanley and Smith will. We're getting the radios, right? We're getting the radios. We absolutely need to replace those radios. There's no question about it. It's really about what the best approach is. And I think Russ is thinking that might be a good, we're a bit reluctant, or maybe it's more me, taking the first, jump in the pool with ARPA. But I think we got to start sometime. The council's already given us some direction on 75% for infrastructure. This is infrastructure, so those are some, and we'll be talking about other ones before the end of the year as well. So I think by the time the meeting in November rolls around, we'll be making some recommendations. But
So if it wasn't if ARPA was not even a thing, it would come out of general fund.
I would say yes. That would be our recommendation if ARPA didn't exist.
These are not enhancements, these are absolute need.
Yeah, they are needs, but they are kind of out of the ordinary. So we kind of identified them as an enhancement with ARPA financing. Just if I may just jump back, when we talk about fund balance, at the end of 2020, we had $15 million in fund balance. Going into 2022, the maximum under our current policy is 14,800,000. So we're above our maximum fund balance based on the policy from long range finance. And as we sit here today, we're estimating revenues to be above budget for 2021 at 1.1 and expenditures below at 1.5. So that's how we could be sitting at almost $18 million in fund balance at the end of 2021. So those are just something you need to think about as we discuss some projects and we discuss various funding sources.
Yeah,
And part of the reason, I think it's important to point out that under expenditures, we're having a hard time filling staff positions right now. That isn't because we don't need the positions, but you talk to HR, we're having a devil of a time finding people. And because we have so many vacancies, it takes longer to go through the recruitment process. So that's I'd say the number one reason for us being under on expenditures, wouldn't you say, Russ?
Yeah.
So you'll hear people talk about that.
everybody's having a hard time filling positions. I fully expect that. I'm just hearing some reports from our summer staff. I think we're down upwards of 50%. But hey, I hear you guys talking a lot and everything, and this is mainly to Mark and to Russ. Where is our focus on our debt to equity numbers compared to our peers and things like that, and using some of the fund balance to get more in line with our competing communities? I think Long Range Finance has done an amazing job. I'd like to see some more focus on getting us a little more competitive with our peer communities in those respects. And if the numbers, if I remember them correctly, we're kind of trailing in that department. So,
Yep, I'd say the big factors are, it's sort of like location. It's really property value is the number one criteria. And that's where we rank the lowest, because our property value per capita is low relative to our peers. The other elements we're doing very well on. We're doing well on fund balance, obviously. Our ratio of debt to our equalized value is finally getting competitive. It's not as good as some, but it's.
and I'm sorry, Mark, for interrupting. Russ, if I'm stealing your thunder from somewhere down the road here, just tell me to
We
shut
can
up.
get to that a little bit later
Okay.
on, but what I wanted to
Sorry, Mark.
No, that's
Yep.
okay.
to kind of answer that, though, for council members and those at home, if you go to the introduction section, we have a demographics, and some of this is populated by the product that we're using, ClearGov, where they actually accumulate some of this information. And what Mark was talking about is if you look at household income, households, we're a little bit lower than the state average. And there was another one on.
Can you go back to that for a minute?
Yeah, Mayor, just give me that. I thought there was one more graph on it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't really clear what they were saying here. So the number of family households or the number of members of households were lower than the state average. What is the state average?
It's just household types. I think this is just the number of households. And it's looking at whether it's a family, a married couple, singles, or seniors. And they compared it to the state average. So for families, we're a little bit below the state average. For singles, we're a little bit below the state average, and we're a little bit above in seniors, and quite a bit above in married our couples.
So that's 10% of our total.
Correct. And again, they're taking that from the census data. I did not populate this. So anyways, I was just pointing that out as some additional information.
So those are some of the bigger things in our budget. And with that, I think, we can, as we get into the individual departments, a lot of questions will come up, but I think it's appropriate now for Ms. Nyforth to do her inaugural budget presentation, and I think she's going to start with Assessor's Office, so Mr. Alger's here, so come on up, Luke, you can't escape.
Policy forum?
And I sort of,
Do you have an idea
I
where
sort
we're
of
at compared to
probably,
everybody else?
I probably set you up as well as I could, Luke, because the big thing coming up for you is going to be reval.
Yep, you did a good job covering that. Were you gonna start?
So I would go to the tab for community development, that's page 194, starting.
All right.
Take it away, Kelly.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. We are community development. If you don't know, we have 4 divisions. We have economic development, planning, inspections, and assessors. And we, on the second floor, really handle all the development projects, community, city initiatives here in Oshkosh. So it's quite fitting that we are starting with assessors because the work that we do as far as economic development, starting the projects and planning, getting the site approvals, inspections, the project actually building. And then Luke's team comes in and they decide how much the value is, which impacts our budget and our tax base and why we're here today. So with that, I will let Luke talk about his budget on Assessor's Division and talk about some of the goals that we have for 2022.
All right, well, good morning to all of you. So I am Luke Alger, the city assessor, and I think it's page 18, if you're there, that the information that summarizes what we do with our mission statement, the strategic plan goals, and then our accomplishments and our goals for the following year. They're pretty straightforward. You know, the state tasked us with valuing all the property in the city that's locally assessed, so that's just not manufacturing property, fair and equitably. So that's what we're charged to do. Our accomplishments are directed again, basically that we need to go out there and review anything that's new construction, permit related, make sure we capture that value or remove it if it's something that needs to be removed. And then we also need to go out and review all the sales to make sure that we have that information. It's used to value property, obviously, make sure we understand what was there at the time of sale, and also to establish our level of assessment, the difference between assessed value and market value, which is something we'll get to when we talk about, you know, the need to do a revaluation. And then we also do a maintenance project where we try to keep our records up to date. So with the manpower we have after we do sales and permits, we also go out and review as many properties as we can to try to keep that data current and hopefully save us a little money when it does come time to do a revaluation, not having to go and contract out for the additional information or additional bodies to go and get the information we need to have good, current, up-to-date records. So that's what you're looking at when you look at what did we accomplish in 2021. You know, we went out and did the residential and commercial neighborhood maintenance. That's that update everything that I just talk about as much as we can. And then we go out and do our building permits for commercial and residential properties, and then we also do the sales that are necessary that then end up creating that level of assessment that you talk about when we're looking at the difference between assessed value and our full value or market value. And our goals basically, you know, again, state that we need to do that activity in the following year. And then there's one added goal that's related to planning for 2024 citywide revaluation. So some of that, I guess, you can look at, I think, if you go to the next page, I have a graph, page 19, excuse me.
Actually, your page numbers differ because you
Oh.
printed out, your own department until they got numbered differently.
Oh,
so-
okay. Well, I think it's just the following page in order.
It's okay, the grass also up here.
196 is what it was.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. I didn't know.
You gotta watch that.
So, the first one is, basically you're looking at the assessed value from 2017 to 2020 is the page I was hoping we were speaking to. And it's pretty small to read the actual numbers there, but the first bars are showing what the overall level, the overall value is for all types of property in the city. And then it goes through and breaks it down by the different classes of property as you go to the right. And basically, this is only up to 2020. It's not the 2021 numbers. We don't have those yet. We're still waiting for the state to give us the manufacturing values. As soon as we have those, we get those in as well, but they're just not available usually when we come to budget time. So this one is looking at 2020, but it's still relevant in that it helps us just see the change in value. Looks like from 2019 to 2020, overall we saw, increase in assessed value of about 66.8 million. And, that's pretty significant in assessed value. Not nearly as good as, bringing in the level of assessment and looking at full market value, but it certainly is a solid increase in value. And again, that's mostly new construction. That's really what you're looking at. There's a few other pieces to that, but for the most part, that's the easiest way to look at it.
I want to back you up to manufacturing. And pure speculation here, but do you anticipate a big change in the manufacturing numbers from the state at all? And I don't want to put you on the spot. If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I guess I don't have anything that lead me to think there would be any
Significant change?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything that you were?
Just given the worldwide crisis and everything, I didn't know if you saw anything big, and if you don't know that, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know specifically.
Okay.
Overall, there's been a solid increase in value, surprisingly positive. There's certain segments of property value as a whole. I'm saying overall, not just manufacturing, that have done well, and then there's other ones that haven't. But in the end, it's been a positive.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, you mentioned assessing fair and equitably. Does the assessor's office or community development overtop ever look at, because we have the data, it's a matter of it being connected, those assessed values and revaluation and fair market value in relation to census tracts? So collectively looking at that.
I know that I do not. Now, whether or not Kelly has anything that's along those lines, I don't know.
We don't currently right now.
Thank you.
Basically, I think the gist of this is just to show that each area, whether it's residential, commercial, manufacturing, or personal property, they each showed an increase from 2019 to 2020. And you're looking at residential going up to 14.9 million, commercial going up 30.1 million, manufacturing was up 15.7 million. Again, that's from 19 to 20. And then personal property actually went up 6.1 million. And I just say that because previously we had seen some decrease as they exempted some properties in the past, some type of personal property. So that's pretty much all I have on that, unless you have some more questions on that particular piece. And then the next one that we're looking at is related to the city's level of assessment. And this is actually does include 2021. So it's 2017 to 2021. And you can see that each year, the value is changing from the far left to the right, from 2017 to 2021. We're seeing that the assessed value is shrinking in comparison to the market value. In other words, economically, it's a good thing. Market value is going up, so the assessed value is becoming less and less of a percentage of that total market value, which is what this is showing, basically. You're seeing that the assessed value as a percent of market value. The reason it's more relevant this year is that in 2020, it's the second to the end, we show that we actually are at 88.94 at that point in time. And the state statutes require that when we are off by 10% or more from market value, that we're required to then do a revaluation. And they give you a certain amount of time to get yourself ready for that plan and execute it. And so we actually have, it's a 6-year window. After the 4th year, the Department of Revenue will notify the community saying you need to do this so that you know that the clock is ticking in case somebody didn't bring it to your attention. And then it needs to be done. If you don't have it done after the 6th year, the Department of Revenue will actually hire somebody to do it for you and then charge you for whatever that costs. So it's going to get done one way or the other. It's just a matter of whether, how it gets done. In this case, because we are seeing, the strong economy when it comes to, our assessments and our new and market values, you're seeing these pretty strong changes over time that have triggered a need for a revaluation. The plan is to do a revaluation in 2024. So that's what we're proposing, and that's where one of the goals was to plan for that in 2022.
Do we know what that will cost when we do it?
I think we're projecting about $250,000,
Okay.
give or take.
Right.
And that's why we think fund balance is an appropriate use there, because if we didn't have the fund balance, we'd end up taxing for it. And you could arguably say these are tax dollars we've collected over the years and haven't used, so it's an appropriate use of those funds. So we'll have to figure out, it'll probably be more of an expenditure restraint challenge than it will be a funding challenge, because we think the fund balance is totally appropriate use.
Thank you.
And Luke, well, when that revaluation does happen, is it the same process for assessment for qualified census tracts across the board, or is there any differentiation or distinction for revaluing when those exist?
Census tract is not part of the process. In order to provide equitable assessments, everybody needs to just be treated the same. So it's basically really just a function of appraisal and looking at what all the property in the city that's taxable is worth. So we will revalue all but manufacturing, because manufacturing adjusts to our level assessment based on local assessments. So we don't value the manufacturing. The Department of Revenue is responsible. We'll take care of that and make sure it's in line with our local assessments. But locally, we will value the property based on what the properties are worth based on market, but not based on any census tract information, unless obviously there's demographics that affect property value, but we would see that in the actual sale prices and use those to predict that value. Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Okay.
The budget itself is relatively static on pages 199 and 200. Actually, there's a slight increase. The council just approved the agreement for assessing services with Tyler, correct, Luke?
Yes, that's correct.
So there's, Luke's being the first out of the gate, he gets into some of the larger issues that aren't necessarily doing with his budget, but we always have this discussion because of its impact on the tax rate and everything. And I think, what was our increase again, Russ, in our equalized value? It went up like 13%.
Yep.
Yeah, so obviously that's the big issue with his budget is otherwise pretty boring. But what he does behind the scenes, a lot of people don't realize. I think it's appropriate for council to hear those things.
Are there
Not, I
any
think
other
we're ready to-
questions? Yeah,
Yeah, I
otherwise
think we're ready to go. I saw Mr. Zarate walk in and,
Yeah.
and then he skipped out. He probably thought he had another minute. Oh, okay.
Great.
So go ahead, stall for a while, Kelly.
Sure. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate it.
Well,
Thank you
before
all.
Mr. Zarate gets here, just a quick overview again. When I was talking about some of the interactive, this is the assessor's budget. And you can kind of see in 2020, we had a budget of 536,000 or 548,000 with an actual expenditure of 536. So it was under budget. So when you hover on the graphs, you get some interactive information as well.
It shows that he's projected to be under.
So that 0.75% versus prior year, is that up or down? Up at the top where
It's down by just under 1%.
the parentheses threw me off.
Oh, you're looking at the upper
here.
number here. Yeah, that's over. That's a 0.75% increase
It is an increase.
Yeah, that's the 556 to 561 that you see on page 200. The budget is, the 21 budget is 556,900. The proposed budget is 561,100, and that's what the summary is up top. Russ was showing you some of the interactive features that are there that give you a lot of, it does a really quick analysis for you.
Okay, I have a general, like, kind of housekeeping question that affects, like, overall as we're going through the departments. So as I looked through the budget book over the weekend, I noticed, like, some departments or divisions have, like, electricity, storm sewer, water charges to them, and others don't. I mean, do we not assume that?
We don't allocate for, like City Hall, we don't allocate out to different departments within City Hall. We keep that all in the, basically the facility maintenance account. And Public Works, their building, and the Parks building is separate. So it's basically on the building itself. Within City Hall, we don't allocate utilities between the assessors division and Public Works division and finance and the clerk's division and the attorney's
But
office.
it's, I mean, I guess my question is, like, do all cities do it that way? Because, like, there's, it's people driven, right? Usage.
Right,
It's also fund-driven, which is probably the biggest thing because
building driven too.
it's building-driven and fund-driven. For example, the utilities have their own utility budget. But within the divisions of the utilities, you're not going to see electricity in every single division. You'll see it in the plant operations, for
And the
example.
reason it got me thinking about that is the ITE that we're gonna be talking about further, you know, down the line here with the number of trips, right? Using that model, if it was based on the number of people, I don't know, the number of flushes, the number of lights, the whatever. It was just a
Oh,
question.
the ITE would treat City Hall as a building, and we actually will be paying a transportation fee for the complex of City Hall.
Okay, so that's people, numbers driven.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
With that, Mr. Zarate snuck in while we were transitioning over here.
He did.
Pa-
I don't know what page you're on,
Okay.
sorry. We'll start with just the inspections, the regular inspections division budget.
Where would that be? Would that be in
Yeah, good question.
enterprise
It's-
fund?
Sorry,
It's not right after, that's
No,
economic
it's
development.
because Mr. Zarate is a separate division or a separate fund.
might be towards the end. Yeah.
Enterprise?
Yeah, it'd be under enterprise.
I'd be worried about that.
The, thank you,
What is it for?
484.
484.
So John is in charge of our inspections division, and there's been a lot of changes in inspections in the past 10 years, but I think a lot of the policies and changes that were implemented are really benefiting the city. We're getting a lot of positive feedback from developers and residents on turnover as far as issuing permits, plan reviews, inspections being completed quickly. So we see a lot of positive momentum going forward. John is extremely busy right now. We have a lot of construction projects going on and even residential projects. So, his staff is working on a lot of different things, but there's a lot of growth, I think, that we see that will benefit the whole community. We moved inspections division over to an enterprise fund. Gosh, it's probably been at least 5 years now. And the goal for the enterprise fund for inspections is we want to make sure he has a fund balance, kind of like a rainy day fund that we all should have. And at the same time, being able to provide services and have enough flexibility if we need to hire another staff person, to help with, the increased workload. So I'll let John go through some of the accomplishments for 2021, some of the goals for 2022, and any of the other, projects or initiatives that we'll be undertaking.
All right, so I will start. Good morning, John Zarate. I've been with the inspections division for about 20 years now, and I've been the, supervisor there for about 10. So anyway, we'll get into this. Some of the accomplishments, which are kind of similar for us year to year, but I think that they're important ones. I think it's what our customers want to see. It's what I believe the council had kind of set out what they would like us to do. And those are our commercial plan reviews, completing those in an average of less than 5 days. Currently, if you are not in the city of Oshkosh, or even if you are in the city of Oshkosh and you choose to go to the state of Wisconsin for a commercial plan review, you're looking at about a 6-week wait for that plan review to get done. And a lot of times in this field, you're going to see contractors that think of something overnight and they need to start the next day. So for them to wait 6 weeks is like unheard of. Like they can't even fathom that they have to do that. So us getting that done in 5 days really helps them. And so I think that's a great benefit for the city to have that available for their customers. And then going with that, our commercial inspections, basically all of our inspections, we're getting to those in less than 1 day, typically on average. State code will require us to do those in 2 days from the time requested, that they're ready. And we're seeing those in the high 90 percentile of less than 24 hours from when they're requested. And then thankfully for us, we had our permitting software in place. We have had it now for probably about 7 years. It's online. Customers have the ability to apply online, to put their plan reviews online. So everything's electronically. So during this still pandemic, I guess you want to call it now, but even when we were not allowed into the city hall, that helped keep our level of service up. So we have basically 100% of our plan reviews now are all online, all electronic. So nothing paper coming in, and people don't even have to come into City Hall to do any of this stuff.
And that was huge because, you know, obviously nobody saw it coming, but fortunately enough, probably about, 5 years earlier, we had set this online software up. We wanted to somewhat improve our process, and it was a huge saving grace. And there's actually communities all over the state that talk to us and have followed our lead and implemented this programming just because, you know, they see the value in it. So Inspections really was a leader in that to implement some more lean processing into our approval process.
Right, and so, and I think one big thing that we had in here, I don't have the numbers from last year, but I want to say we're probably almost double of new home permits for new homes and duplexes over last year. We're at 79, which seems like a small number, but just as kind of like, what was it when it was booming? In the early 2000s, we were probably seeing about 150 new homes. So that's pretty good considering that there really aren't that many lots available in the city for just the general person to go and build a house. So 79 is a lot of new homes to be going on in a year. And then our goals, we've...
John, real quick,
Yeah.
and I'm throwing this out of left field, and I apologize. How many buildable lots do we have? I want to give people at home kind of an idea. 79 homes is a lot of homes just within the city. These aren't the townships. This is strictly legit city property and lots.
Right. We have a few subdivisions, plats that have some available lots.
Are they fully developed, shovel ready?
No, oh yeah, they're shovel ready, you know, the infrastructure is in. I would probably say maybe Chet probably has 25. We have some on the northwest side of town, off of Riff Road over there.
Would you say around 100 lots is
If you include maybe some infill, if that,
right? So to
I
put
don't-
it into perspective,
yeah.
I don't think there's 100 lots.
I don't think, yeah.
so we're burning up lots
Yeah.
quicker than.
And that's something we'll talk about in a little bit.
I'm sorry,
So stay
Kelly, I'm
tuned. No,
sorry. Nope,
you're just
nope,
getting
sorry.
us set up here.
We'll include the number of RDA scattered.
That's what I was talking about, the infill, yeah. So, and some of those are buildable, some of those are pretty small, where you might have to get creative. But that's something that is, moving forward, it's something that we want to work on. And I will talk about that in a little bit. That has to go with our housing study. So, and then something else, just to focus on the strategic plan, obviously neighborhood development and making sure our neighborhoods look good, is the proactive inspections. And John's team has been very proactive with getting out there and trying to, make sure that the properties in the city are meeting our inspections code and then our zoning code also.
Sorry.
That's okay.
And just a reminder then for folks who might be watching, why do we have those codes, John?
What was that? I'm sorry, what?
The inspections department, why do we have those property maintenance codes, just for
Oh, yeah.
folks kind of watching?
So we're out there to, I mean, it's protect the public safety and their health, and also protect investments, so neighboring properties. I mean, you don't want a rundown neighborhood, so you don't want a whole bunch of bad-looking houses or just distressed properties, you know, junk laying around in the yard or vehicles parked in the yard. The city has rules that says you can't do that. I think most people agree that that looks better if you don't have cars parked in the yard, or you don't have junk laying around in your yard, or you don't have peeling paint on your house. I mean, all those things make a neighborhood look better. And so that's what we're there to, you know, help make sure those things aren't there, and, you know, give people ideas of funding that's available if they don't have funds available to correct those problems on their own, that the city may have funds for them.
And that is important, and that's something that we've been doing in the past couple of years, and we'll talk about that in a little bit too. But we want to make sure that if the city is, saying that there has to be some changes or some violations corrected, and if there are some, issues with coming up with funding, we want to be able to offer some resources to be able to help them achieve, what needs to be done on the property.
And if I could just ask one more follow-up, then, John, on our KPIs here, the proactive code violation corrections, so it looks like third quarter for 2021, we're at like 325. And then, so that's proactive code violation. And then the other KPI says proactive inspections. They kind of have the same detail. What is the distinction? And then how many of those would you say are related to junk and debris, which if we had a large item pickup once or twice a year might kind of assist folks with?
So I guess to answer your question, the first question you had is they look similar. So that first one on top, that's the number of violations that were corrected, and then
Okay.
the other one were the actual number of inspections. So, of course, typically you should see your inspections will be fewer, but you're gonna have more violations, because just going out there typically doesn't involve only one violation, there may be multiple. Parking, probably only one violation, but not always. They go out there for parking, now they see something's wrong with the house, or they see junk in the yard, or they see long grass. So that's those kind of things.
It does say right on the bottom there, it says parking in the grass, long grass, junk and debris.
But it says at the top too.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Same thing.
underneath though, where it just has kind of the number.
But how many junk and debris? I would say that probably, probably a quarter of those probably are junk and debris. But I think that probably would be something that help. We've had a couple abatement notices where that means the court has to be involved, where the property is so bad
Right.
that they are overwhelmed with junk and debris, and they need help getting that put away. And so then we've got to bring in city crews with a garbage truck and load this thing up for them. But I could definitely see that being a help. You know, we've got a lot of different neighborhoods in the city, and I think if we would maybe have a day or something where those are made available and people are even around to help.
John, is there certain areas in the city that are you see more that junk and debris than others?
I don't know if I would say that there's, I guess probably in our older sections of town, I think is probably where we're seeing more of that. I think if people have, if they've got a big garage, they probably can hide a lot of stuff in their
Right.
garage. It's not, but it's the houses that, maybe don't even have a shed or a garage. And it's like, where do you even put your lawnmower at that point? Where do you put all your kids' toys? Anything, where do you put anything? Just
And
think
the
of your own
fact
garage
that you've
at
got
home.
a denser number, extremely more dense, you've got that many more
Right.
that are closer together.
Yeah, I mean, just think of your own garage at home, or your basement for that matter. I mean, some of these older homes, they don't want to put stuff in their basement because maybe it's a damp
Exactly.
basement, or they don't have a garage. Think of your own home, if you do have those things, where would you put all that stuff that you have? So, some of it does end up outside, and not that that's all junk and debris, but some of it turns into that, because then it's just left outside and then untaken care of, and then it just looks like junk and debris. I think that's probably our goals for the inspections, our accomplishments and inspections. Our goals is, as some of you may know, we did do a vacant building registry. We had that approved, I think that was last year. Just due to the workload and prioritizing, we haven't had a whole lot of time to get the notices sent out on that, but we do have a system in place to get notices out. So we've got some indicators that we're looking at to determine which ones we think are vacant. And so if we're seeing no water usage within, say, 6 months, and we're seeing grass notices get sent out, that's a pretty good indicator that that probably is a vacant home. And so we're going to get that information from our GIS and then be sending out those notices. But
And that's for both residential and commercial,
you're
right?
right, any building in the city. Yep. And then we'd like to get some new tablets with a built-in, or with VPN access so we can have better efficiency in the field. Instead of the staff having to come here and look at everything online, we do have some MiFis, I guess we call them. We're out in the field, but that doesn't give us everything that we need. It would just be much better for us to issue occupancy permits to put pictures into some of these emails that we're trying to send out from the field. It would just be a lot more efficient for us. So that's where we're at with the inspections. I could give
Should we
you,
move over to maybe rental?
yeah, I could go over to rental. Probably won't have to do a whole lot of talking there because there's not much to
Right.
talk about.
The rental inspections fund, I'm not sure which page that's on for you guys either.
335.
Okay, thank you, Paula.
Okay, so this one came in, I don't know how long we've had this rental inspection program, but it's probably been about, I don't know, Lori probably knows too, because she was kind of one of the,
Yeah, I think it was like 2016.
like 5 years, I was gonna say. So, this started off, with all good intentions, but because of different legislation, we were kind of strapped as to what we were allowed to do. So basically, this program is to go in and inspect properties that aren't complaint-based. So that means that we'll send out a notice to someone and say, hey, we're gonna be in your neighborhood, we'd like to go through your rental property. If that's okay with you, we'd like to go through and inspect, and just kind of go through this checklist that we have of about, 10 or 15 items, I'll say, and just make sure all those things are in good condition and that your property is safe that you live in. And if there's anything wrong, we will have the landlord correct that for you. We haven't gotten a very good response with that at all. When we were actually actively doing this prior to the pandemic, we would send out 100 notices and we would get maybe 5 back to say, yeah, please come in and inspect. We tried to do the program where it was going to be mandatory. The state changed the rules and said you can't do that. So now it's voluntary. But like I said, we were not using this program to the full potential, I do not believe. But I think it's still important, and I'm glad that we still have the complaint-based in the city, that they can do that if they do have problems that they see while they're in there, that they get us in. But this program here, we've pretty much put it on hold now because of COVID. We're not going to be sending out people and say, hey, we want to come into your house. I mean, there's so many people that don't want that. So we haven't done this since January of 2020. So the only thing we've really been working on with this program is kind of the complaint base, but which really isn't part of the program.
Is there still, are there still educational pieces going out to folks in the rental community? I believe the Rental Housing Advisory Board is putting something together.
Yep.
As part of their charge was also about educating folks, hey, you have the right to make this complaint, and this program came about because there were folks who were concerned about retaliation, and
Yeah,
so-
they're
so there
working
were
on
some
educational
successes
piece right now.
early, but
Yeah.
not what we
Yeah,
expected.
and right now they're working on another brochure. Actually, just at our meeting last week, they had come forward with one that they have a rough draft of that they're gonna be looking for some help, probably from city staff, to put it together in a little bit better format, and then get that out there. They've got, I forget what the acronym is that they have. But
Drive, yeah.
Drive, I was gonna say it was, I wasn't sure if that was, okay, but so they've got this acronym out there, and, maybe it'll be something that catches on, and maybe that people will realize what this is, and that the city is trying to help. Like, we're not trying to go in and disrupt someone's life. We're trying to help them, and hopefully that's just a good educational piece that can somehow get out there and be spread around to the tenants in Oshkosh.
Should we move to weights and measures, John?
Yep.
That goes back to, I believe, page, that's back in the 480.
So Weights and Measures is a program that the city used to contract out with the state, but we recently, probably 3-4 years ago, brought back in-house. And we have a staff person that half of his job is to administer the city's Weights and Measures program.
Kelly, why did we bring it back?
Mainly just cost and just actually, we found we weren't really satisfied with the state's job, so we thought we could do a better job here in the house.
Yeah, so the state is very strapped. I mean, the inspectors won't lie to you. They will tell you that there's no way they can get to all the work that's out there. And so for us, we didn't think that was satisfactory. I mean, that you're not doing what this is intended to do. I mean, when they're only going out and verifying some of your gas pumps and they're not doing anything with your package checking or weights or timers or anything like that, that's not helping the customer and that's not helping the owners of these property. I mean, if they're getting overcharged for something, or if the owner is undercharging for some reason because their package is selling more than they think that it should be, that's something that our Weights and Measures checks for. So not only the gas pump, so if you're buying something in the deli from one of the stores, I mean, you're gonna make sure that that's the proper weight that you're paying for. Anything that's prepackaged in a store, that's the right weight. Anything that scans on a shelf, that should be the price that you see on the shelf. So all those things are what gets looked for. And there's some numbers on here. If you, I mean, I'm sure you can all read those. I don't have to go through those specific numbers. But it's been working out really good now. So after the first year, when I think a lot of the store owners were shocked that there was someone coming in their store, they weren't used to that, which further proves that nothing was happening. I mean, there was no other inspections going on. And so now we've got that under wraps, and we're, accounted for all the point of sales that we've got throughout the city, and just keeping everyone in check.
So that is mostly, that's all of John's different funds that he administers, and that is, I guess, probably it for inspections then.
One last thing, I just want to say, being out in the public, for all of us, I think we hear a lot of criticisms about, our departments here and things like that, and not enough compliments. But, John, I want to tell you, out in the community, I've been hearing from contractors, developers, and things, how much your department has improved. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you and keep up the good work.
All right, thank you. Good to hear
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, if you look at page 484 to illustrate that point, there's that percentage of inspections that are done within one business day. Before John took over, we were doing those about 35% of the time on your first visit to City Hall. Now we're in the 90% range. I mean, the service that John provides and John's led through is nothing short of phenomenal for the improvement. And thanks for telling the story, because I think people are still living in the past on stories when we weren't as responsive, 20 years ago. Those times have changed, and I really appreciate you bringing it up.
I think any of those stories are mostly hangover from previous sins of our city, but you've just done an amazing job, and for contractors and builders to acknowledge that, how tough they are on us, so it really tells your story, so thank you again.
All right, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next, Kelly.
We're actually going to talk about planning next. So I have Mark Lyons, our planning manager, coming up. And planning is another very integral part of community development. Planning is in charge of a lot of things, including approval of projects, helping figure out ways to make projects work in the city, our neighborhood development, and our different initiatives we have. Mark's going to talk a little bit about our housing study and administering our CDBG program, and it's really endless. So
And
I
that
will
starts on page 208.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask next, so I'll let Mark talk a little bit about some of his goals moving forward.
Yeah, just touch very quickly on kind of some of the stuff we accomplished in 21 and what we're hoping to accomplish here in 22. I think as most of you have seen, a lot of our implementation projects from 2020 came to fruition in 2021. Jackson Street corridor improvements with the restriping, the updated signage, those feedback signs for the speed that people are traveling. South Main Street, we started to add the parking for that project. we did the RFP for 43 East 7th Street and started that process of redevelopment of the Sawdust District. So a lot of those plans that we've been building on for the last 2 or 3 years, 2021, we started to see some of that action taking place. One that I know some members of the council were very interested in is we did change some of our solar permitting fees, making it easier for people to get some of these permits. We're removing the cost, removing the time to do business with the city. And then as Kelly mentioned, the big one is the comprehensive housing study that's currently underway. Happy to report that we got our first rough draft late last week. Staff is currently under review of that with our steering or our ad hoc committee getting ready in, I think, 2 weeks here to review that first draft. So we're getting to the point where in the next month or so we'll begin public participation on that draft of the housing study, with hopefully then implementation here in very early in 2022 when we can start to take some of the implementation and action steps we need to work on housing here in the city of Oshkosh.
I'm sorry, did you say there's an ad hoc committee that's been formed?
We have a steering group that Ms. Erickson's been on it, that's been working for the last 5 months, we'll call it, on that.
Okay.
So they'll be reviewing that later. I think it's 2 weeks from now. Provide some feedback or recommendations on that study.
What year do you think that the comprehensive plan will be updated? We did an update in 2018 that was based
2018.
off of some old data. Obviously, we've had some new census numbers. And then kind of in line with that, Kelly or Mark, where could someone see some kind of dashboard or some kind of evaluation of where we're at in terms of implementation, or where are we in the things in our objectives and goals and actions in here?
Yep, so we usually take a look at the comprehensive plan every 10 years. So I would think in another probably 2 or 3 years we'll be coming to council to discuss funding sources for an update to that comprehensive plan. That way we can have it done hopefully by that 2028 timeframe. Depending upon the scope of a comp plan update, they can take anywhere from a year to 3 years. Depends if we want to do an update like we did in 2018, or if we want to sit down and do a fresh new comp plan.
Because that was a mini update.
Yeah, we did kind of just the looking at the updates of the basic stuff, not a full rewrite to the comp plan.
And as far as it being implemented, that's something that we actually do talk about a lot with all of our plans. What is being implemented, and when we are looking at different projects, when we're looking at different initiatives and our developments and everything, we take a look at that and just see where that lies in with our implementation and recommendations as part of it. So the comprehensive plan in general, there are recommendations, but Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, it's more about kind of the guidance of the right ways and what we should be doing as we look forward.
Really what the comp plan does is it guides us on those further planning efforts that we need to do. So Sawdust District, Housing Study, Jackson Street, it points to things that you need to take a closer look at, and the true implementation really comes in those specific plans.
But do we ever look at the goals and objectives and say, yes, we did that? And where do we report that?
Very much so. Is part of our annual work plan. We go through the comp plan and look at what it calls for us to be doing as we establish our annual work plans.
So where would the public find that?
I don't know if we have a specific dashboard related to the comp plan.
That's something that we can certainly look at and maybe work with our IT department to see if that's something that they could provide. I know they have that for other departments and divisions in the city. And then some of our other, I know Mark was talking about some of the other goals he has coming up for 2022.
Yeah, so for 2022, some of the stuff we're looking at doing is construction of the William Waters gazebo project should start here in spring of 2022. We're finishing up construction bid documents for that, hoping to bid it here over the winter with construction starting in spring. Excuse me. We do have some new neighborhood associations that will be coming online. Actually, one of them is a little ahead of schedule and may be coming to council here within the next couple of weeks, but we have another one even after that that's going to be coming forward. Obviously, implementation of the Sawdust District with 43 East 7th and the T-Wall project coming online. Hoping to start construction of that here by October of 2022. And then we have our subdivision code that we've been working on for a number of years now. Staff is in the process of a final draft review of that. The legal team from the city is helping us with that review, and then that's going to go through public participation with hopefully, again, adoption here in early 2022. One thing also to note is the city's housing programs. In 2021, for the first time, we did more of an outreach lunch and learn type event for that. Was very successful. It led to our first new homes in your neighborhood project that the city has. We're actually in 2022 going to be splitting that into 2 programs, one specifically tailored at homeowners and renters, and one that more tailored at the corporate side of it with realtors and builders of that nature. So we got so much positive feedback for that. We're actually going to turn it into 2 events. They are going to be on a single day, but we're going to target the 2 groups, kind of modify the timeframes to better reach specific groups for that. So we've had a lot of success with our housing programs that they continue to grow. And we just think this is another way to really get that out in the community and make sure people understand that information.
Anything else from the planning budget, Mark?
Nothing specific in the budget. It's pretty
Okay.
straightforward with what we had last year.
Maybe this is a good time to jump to our Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative budget. Paula, do you happen to know what page that is?
Which one?
The Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative?
341.
Okay, thank you. If you remember, the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative, that fund was started when the state let municipalities extend their TIDs for 1 year for affordable housing. So we were able to capture an additional year of TID 7, our large TID that we had in the Southwest Industrial Park before it was closed. So we had a really good fund balance when we started this fund to jumpstart this program. This is something that the city had been looking to do to help with affordable housing. Since then, we've done a lot of different projects and initiatives in here. Mark will talk a little bit about the different housing programs that we do have, which were, I mentioned before with John, which we're trying to meet the needs of the community to help with affordable housing and improvements. We've also used some of these funds to support Go H&I, the Greater Oshkosh Neighborhood Incorporated, that program to help kind of be the boots on the ground for the different neighborhoods in our community. And then also looking at, I'm assuming that we'll probably be using some of this funding to help implement some of the housing study recommendations also. So we have a lot of different programs that we use this funding for, but unfortunately, this is not a fund that's going to always be there. This is just, we got a influx of cash when TID 7 closed, and we are extending each of our TIDs 1 additional year when we're able to, but we do not have those large TIDs like we had with TID 7. They're much smaller, so even if we extend it for another year, we're not getting the huge fund balance that we had gotten with TID 7. So this money will run out sometime. We continually look at ways that we can make sure that we're using it in the best possible way. We can look at our programs just to see if it makes sense to move things around and use them for different ways. But it's something that we are looking at future projections to see kind of how much time we have left and look at planning how we can continue this, because I think that this funding and the programs that we have out of here are very important. They meet a lot of the council's strategic plan goals and our goals here, and I think it's going to help protect and increase our tax base. So it's something that I'll continue to talk to you all about, but I just wanted to let you know kind of the background on this housing fund, Healthy Neighborhood Initiative, and where that funding is coming.
There was I thought last year, Alan had indicated there was like a $500,000 balance, and Russ, I'm not even seeing the same kind of format as obviously we had before, where we show like balances and such. But is that, am I recalling that incorrectly?
Yeah, I think so.
The balance is shown on page 343.
Yeah, it's like
It's
over 4
graphically-
million.
No, 343.
Yeah,
is-
that's the fund balance.
But I guess what I'm saying is, we had it in a different format where it had like, I thought we had it broken out a little differently. I'd have to go back and look at a different copy, but I guess the main question is, it was my understanding that there was a $500,000 remainder that was left from the closed TIF, and maybe I'm, like I said, recalling this incorrectly.
Well, like I said, we have funds, whenever a TID is closed, we're able to extend it for a year. So we have a couple in the next couple of years. We'll have an infusion of cash that will come in. So perhaps he was saying maybe the next 2 to 3 years, we might have about 500,000 coming in. Well, regardless, our fund balance is healthy right now, but like I said, in the next 10 years, if we continue, spending the amount of money out of the fund that we are right now, we won't have anything left. And that's including the TIDs that are closing where we can get that year extension. We've done quite a few projections, kind of best case and worst case scenario in our office. We use this fund for helping pay for a portion of some of our city employees that specifically work on housing. And then, like I said, the big thing is the programs. And Mark, maybe I'll let you talk a little bit about some of our programs that we have.
Before we jump into that, pardon me, Kelly, so maybe this is are we maybe starting to talk to these organizations and these groups and say, hey, this is the time horizon, the money's running out. I mean, can we start weaning you off or looking for alternatives or maybe some private fundraising or something like that? Is that in our plan, maybe to coach these people on?
It is, and it started already. A big, like I said, recipient of this funding is Go H&I, the Greater Oshkosh Neighborhoods. And if you remember when that organization was started, it was intended that they would be purchasing properties, either to rent them or else to rehab and sell it. And that was meant so they would have that kind of steady stream of income coming in, so they could start to have, that funding coming in where the city could kind of wean them off of this city funding from this fund. And unfortunately, it's due to the housing market, they have not done that. And I think looking forward, their strategic plan for the next couple of years, if there's an opportunity, I think they'll go for it, but it's not going to be their main opportunity or their main funding source. So I have talked with them, and that will be something I'll be bringing forward to council actually on the 26th of this month, their next 3-year contract. And I am recommending that we do have a decrease of funding each 3 years, just so we can prepare for this fund to run out and figure out what we need to do, but also that they do need to start getting some private funding too. So it is something that we're definitely addressing with those organizations.
Has the One Oshkosh, Our Neighborhoods Engaged strategic plan been updated? It's been supposedly updating over the last 2 years. Has that been updated? When will we see that?
I thought we finished that last year. I'll have to go back and look. I thought we brought that forward to council in.
And maybe I'm missing.
Yeah, I thought in 2020 we updated that for another either 3 or 5 years. I
Okay.
can double check that.
All right, thank you.
I think I'd like to point, the mayor and I just kibitzed a little bit here just to get an understanding, and I think her point needs illustrating, because on page 343, you see the graphic that shows where our fund balance is in that fund, and we were, at the end of 2018, we were knocking on the door of 5 million, but the last 2 years, if you go back to page 342, you take a look at the expenditures, we had expenditures of 382,000 in 2020. We're projecting that we're going to be spending $946,000. So this fund balance is going to go down. If we kept at that rate, and you see we have 889,000 proposed in 22, if you just took a look at that and assumed that was our spending, this fund could evaporate in 5 years. That's the concern that Kelly's talking about.
4 years.
That we've just got to keep an eye on this, because we used to call TIF 7 the mothership because it was so, we knew that when it closed, and as you see on page 343, we went from just a little over 1 million to nearly 5 million in 1 year. That was TIF 7. We're not going to see another TIF 7. Our TIF strategy has changed where we have smaller TIFs. There'll be a little bit every TIF that closes, there'll be a little money, but it's not going to be $3-4 million. Couple $100,000 might be our
Right.
best outcome.
And that's what it is. Like I said, we've projected for the next 15 years in our office, just so we get an idea of how much, we would have. And something I will say is, after the budget time is done, like I said, when I came into this job, the budget was due that week, so I haven't had a time to really jump in and look at everything, but we are going to look at all of our programs, and we're going to take a look and just say, we probably had some of those programs for 3-4 years now, and what's being used, what's not being used, why isn't it being used? What are some needs that maybe we're not addressing right now? What does the housing study say? So we're going to take a comprehensive look at some of our housing programs here early next year, and that might shape our budget a little bit more, but we're doing everything we can to maximize our funding, leverage it, but we have to be, we have to be somewhat, look and see, that this is our reality. So we can't have our head in the sand, and we need to start preparing for it.
So you said that you've got the fund balance projections for 15 years out. So why wouldn't we see that? And this is not just in your department, but in
Because
these
you're
other.
seeing actual amounts, and we don't have projected amounts in there yet. It's just what has occurred up to date.
And that's something I just did internally myself.
Right.
It was just with our administrative staff, and I did it for TIF. I did it for everything, just so as I'm planning budgets, I can get a better idea of what I'm working with.
Like I said, it's not just your department.
Sure.
Noticing this throughout, it's just a different format than what we've seen before.
But any budget you're going to see is not going to be doing a 15-year analysis. That's something that is an internal management.
That's just me being anal and trying to figure out
You're
what's going
following
on.
a comprehensive plan format. Why would you do that? Of course you would.
Right. So Mark's going to talk about a few of our programs, of what we're working on now, and just maybe what we see for 2022 that's going to help our residents.
Yeah, so we have a number of programs that have been extremely successful and continue to gain popularity. We have a down payment assistance program that is a forgivable grant. That program, each and every year, the numbers of active people engaged in that program continues to grow. It is by far our most successful program. We don't see that going away. It's an ability to help kind of first-time home buyers, fill that gap as they try to make that first purchase. We have a home renovation program for owner-occupied. That program, every year we kind of see some ebbs and flows with it of people who want to participate and don't type of projects. COVID has slowed that program down a little bit. There's been a little bit of people doing investment into their property. These are, of course, income qualified programs, so there is a cost burden. People cannot spend more than 30% of their income on housing to be considered affordable, so it does limit who's available for the program. So we're trying to help that segment of the population with these. We have a landlord renovation program as well. That one we maybe have a applicant one a year, one every other year. They're usually not as willing to participate in the program, so that's one that through the housing study we're evaluating further. How can we look at potentially improving our rental housing stock in the city? We have a couple of new programs that we started a couple of years ago. One that I referenced earlier was the New Homes in Your Neighborhood. That's the ability to give a cash grant of up to $15,000 for infill development on city-owned RDA properties. We have one going through the process right now. RDA approved the sale of that property, and they're getting their paperwork finalized so they can utilize that money to help. Again, it's really there to, designed to incentivize infill development, help fill the gaps that can be more expensive when you do infill development, maybe than green space, moving out of the city to another, Algoma type community. So trying to incentivize that stabilization of neighborhoods by doing infill development. We also been allocating money for historic sensitive rehabilitation of homes. We have not received an application for that program yet. It's very difficult to do historically sensitive rehabilitation, and it's very cost burden to do. So we've been working with applicants and trying to find members who are interested in doing that. And then finally, we fund out of that program a code enforcement program where if someone has been taken through the court system and has some code enforcement issues and simply doesn't have the means to correct their violation, they can apply to the city for a loan to help them fix the issues with the home as they get themselves back up and running. And it is a deferred loan program to kind of fix their housing stock so they're not forced to move out of it, kind of targeting that maintenance so we don't get to the point where we have to demolish properties, but try to keep them upkeep.
Mark, are people taking advantage of those?
The loan program for the code corrections, yep,
Yeah.
we've done
Yep.
a couple of those. That program, we've been receiving more applicants than money we had originally anticipated.
Cool.
So that's one
What are
that
some
can,
rough numbers? If I'm thinking back to the 325 number that was on the end of the inspections, corrections, what's the relationship? How many are we talking?
so right now we've been
Managed?
doing 1 to 2 a year. What we found with that program since we started is the numbers of what people need to do it are more than we expected. We were thinking, maybe $10,000-$15,000 to complete one. We're fine. We're coming in quite a bit higher. One of the discussions we have to have is, okay, if they're cited for the roof leaking and they need to fix their roof, well, do we only target the roof, or their siding is, 1 year from also needing replacement? Do we look at the whole house and say, well, if we're going to spend money, to do this loan, do we make sure they fix everything up so we're not right back in court with them in a year, next year? When we started the inception of the program, we hadn't thought that piece through. That's more of like block grant funding. Block grant, when you apply for block grant funding, they say, we're going to give you the money, but we're fixing everything. So this home is in decent quality shape. We're finding that with our code enforcement program, that's the better solution instead of just putting a patch on a piece of it. We're only ended up doing, like I said, 1 to 2 a year because we didn't necessarily allocate a ton of money into that program.
And that's something, like I said, we're looking to kind of, check in with all of our programs and see what works. And maybe we need to allocate more funds to that. And that's something in the budget right now. We have it all in one lump sum, but, so we have that flexibility to reallocate.
Move them around. If
Yeah.
we don't have an applicant for rental, the rental rehabilitation, we can move it into some of these other programs. That's why we look at it as more of the lump sum.
Right.
Gives
So.
us a little bit more flexibility.
So this fund is very important to our city, and it's something, like I said, it will run out eventually, so council will have to decide if we're going to borrow for it or we're going to figure out another funding mechanism to continue this program. And we'll probably be coming back to you with different recommendations from the housing study. We can talk about that more too and how that would align.
Where are these funds in,
They just lumped them in together in your budget book. When
do you
we,
know where? Does
Um,
anybody know where?
I mean, I don't think you have them.
Pages, what budgets are you looking for specifically?
He was talking about the different programs.
They didn't
So
specifically.
in the budget is all allocated as a single amount, not
Right.
broken down individually. When we
Right.
put it together, we
Is it
asked-
under Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative?
Correct.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
It's
All
all
right.
under the H&I funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like Kelly mentioned, we know at some point this is going to run out. A lot of the programs we've used, we've targeted and found from other communities. For example, Green Bay has a number of these that we've adopted that they fund out of general levy. So we've tried to do some incubator programs here and want to use this money as wisely as we can. But at some point, we know it may run out and we'll have to decide what programs we want to continue and how we continue them.
Great. Does anybody else have any other questions? Otherwise, we can move on to CDBG, which is another program that we do use for our housing. Can we start with regular CDBG first?
345.
Okay, thank you. I think our CDBG is a little bit different. We are on a different schedule, calendar year. We are May 1st through April 30th. So when I think when finance put the packet together, they just put in, it's a little bit different than the others. I'm not sure if you guys just put a cube in or something. Okay. Okay. So this is a little bit, it's going to look a little bit different here. With that, they also lumped in some of our CARES funding that we had. We had 3 rounds of CARES funding, if you recall. And so that's included in here. So I wouldn't use, we have to have a budget, moving forward. We have to have funds allocated. But all the numbers that are included in here, we won't know what our allocation is for 22 until early 22. So my guess is it'll be the same, that 850,000 that it has been in the past, but I couldn't tell you what that number will be as of right now. So, and then in addition to our regular funding, we have a CARES Act fund through the Wisconsin Department of Administration, and then we have CARES Act funding through HUD that we work on. So with that, we allocated those funds to a lot of different organizations in our community. We also worked with WIBIC, which is an organization that supports women and minority business-owned enterprises. So we have a program, you might have seen it in the news going forward right now for those businesses to get some additional support. And we're also looking at ways to, assist people, homelessness, and looking at some of the other city strategic planning goals. When we have our CDBG, we have different programs. We have home rehab. We support different public organizations in our community. And then we also help with blight removal. So that is another means that we're able to, help improve that housing stock if they are income qualified. And if there is a situation where a house is beyond repair in a qualified area, we are able to use CDBG funds to remove that home.
Kelly, it looks like on page 346, there are like a number of operations accounts, expense accounts for targeted central city redevelopment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I'll be
6.
honest with you. What's set up in here was previously done, and when other staff had administered the program. And moving forward, we don't need all of these different funds in here. We have certain funds that we use, but as far as all the different funds you see in the different,
These are under expenses, so I guess I'm just curious, like, what each one of those represents, and how do you keep track of what's going where?
Yeah, exactly. We are updating this. So that's why I wouldn't say that this really provides a very good overview of the program. We're going to redo the budget and how it looks. We're working with finance on it right now, and unfortunately, the timing, it did not make it into the budget.
Oh, okay.
So-
Will we see that, though, before we adopt?
I don't know. I'd have to talk to finance to see. We're removing a lot of these you see a lot of these funds, a lot of the project codes, it has zeros, it has nothing in it. So we're going to remove a lot of items that we just don't need. And then we're also going to just try to get a better handle. Like I said, the previous administration of CDBG did not really utilize Munis. So we're going to work in Munis more so we have a better idea of all of our program years and how much is left in each of those program years.
I just noticed, for example, fair housing, though, too. It's in there twice, but it doesn't have anything in the proposed budget. Are we discontinuing our contract with them?
No, we are not.
Okay.
It is in there, but like I said, we have it in there for our 2022. It was approved, or it has not been approved yet. We don't have an allocation. We'll include that in our action plan, which comes out, which we usually submit in June sometime. So obviously that will definitely be in there.
And then one other question on Public Services Consortium. Typically, that's been, is my understanding, is that like 15 or 10%, 15 or so
That's the
percent of the
15.
CDBG
Right.
can go to that?
Right.
And I guess I'm just not quite seeing where that, it's listed, but it's not breaking out in that way. So that 100, is it what, usually like 150,000 or
Right,
something?
roughly, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So just real quick, so what I'm hearing is you're going to be basically cleaning up these funds to better reflect what you're actually doing in practice
Right.
now.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. CDBG is its own animal. It's difficult that it's not on the same calendar year, that we don't know what our allocation is, but just to have the budget approved, we need to have some allocation, so we're just kind of throwing something at the wall and have it stick, and then we usually come to you when we do get that allocation in early next year, so then you'll see something a little bit more formal and what's actually going to be implemented.
Yeah, there'll be something more
And
substantive.
Russ, there are other things that we have like that too, right? Not just CDBG, where the time span is different than our fiscal budget, correct?
The main one is CDBG, though. I
And
mean,
so,
it's just
yeah.
because of the fiscal year for the feds versus our budget year.
And we
fiscal
weren't
year.
using Munis the way we could use Munis, and I think Kelly is committed to working with finance to reconcile it. That's why most of it's lumped into that
This is
million
the first
five.
year CDBG would even be a munis, right?
No,
Oh, no? Okay,
But the first time we're actually using it to its benefit.
gotcha, okay.
So, like I said, with some administration changeovers, we are looking at a fresh look at our program and looking at ways to improve it because we want to make sure we're maximizing its benefit and leverage it as much as we can to implement some of our goals. And then I guess moving on to the CDBG revolving loan fund. I think you had that up before. Not sure which page that is, Paula. 243. Thank you. So that is mainly our program income that we have coming back in. So when somebody, let's just say, gets a home rehab loan and they then go to sell it, that's usually their, when they sell their house, that's when we usually see that program income coming back in. So this is our fund that just captures that, and we are able to, as it sounds, revolve it and loan it back out again. So it's a working revolving loan fund that is another.
There's the 500,000.
Oh, okay. There you go.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, perfect. So like I said, that does have funding, and we utilize that to try to help with some of those code violations and emergency improvements. If somebody's income qualified, they are able to come to the city and receive some funding if their furnace goes out and they need some funding to help replace that.
One big thing with that funding is we have to use it before we use allocation funding.
Right.
So every year we have to make sure we account for program.
Because this is
income
our,
first.
almost like our enterprise fund, right? In
Ri-
some ways.
Right, yeah, and we still have to use it, it's still, all the federal requirements are still there, and then we still have that stipulation where we have to use it before our new funding. So we really have to monitor all of our different program years and what's being used when, and try to be strategic about it.
Yeah, the real trick, what happens is, Mark and Kelly don't necessarily know if somebody's gonna pay off their loan.
Right.
And all of a sudden, they could be ready to loan it to you with new money, and suddenly somebody pays it off, and then we have to shift and start and use the old money before we use the new money.
Right.
There's a lot of art to that science.
That's where I think the better integration with Munis and finance helping us, we're gonna have a lot better handle on tracking and doing those things as we get Munis more integrated into our block grant.
So what would be an example of the contractual services? There's $300,000 proposed for 22. What would be an example of that, what that contractual service would be?
That's the loan.
That's the actually loan, yeah, because a lot of times we pay the contractors that are helping these folks directly,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yep. And then moving on, we have one more HUD program. It's not CDBG, it's HUD Home Funds, and that is the Neighborhood Improvement Loan Program. 339. Thank you. This was funding that the city has not done HUD home loans or programs for a while. But we did have a situation last year where somebody did have some program income that came back to the city, which we talked about when their property is sold or the loan came to fruition. So we have $218,000 of home funds that can be loaned back out. And this is something that the city does have, and we are, when we're looking at different projects that where they're income qualified, commercial or residential, we are looking at ways that we can utilize these funds. So it's something that's fairly new that we just got back. So we are looking at the best way to use it in the future.
What's next, Kelly?
I think that is it for the planning and housing that I wanted Mark to stay and talk about. So with that, I think we can probably move on to economic development and all of our other
Mark, thanks a lot.
programs.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this is economic development, and as I had mentioned, we are usually the first people to talk about projects and initiatives with the private development community and residents and our partners. So our big thing is reaching out to businesses, talking to businesses. We also are looking at proactively trying to promote land that the city owns and sell it if it's in the industrial park, if it's RDA. We apply for a lot of grants in economic development, if it's Riverwalk, if it's EPA, or if it is WEDC to help with projects. We have a lot of grants coming out of our department, or our division, excuse me. And then we do a lot of, obviously, the TIF administration in our division also. So looking into 2022, we're going to continue to work with businesses. We work with GoEDC on that a lot and making sure we're reaching out to as many folks as we can. Just by the nature of what we do here in the city and all of our projects, we usually see around 75 businesses, developers each year that we talk to. And at the same time, we take the opportunity just to, how are things going? And, or, do you have any issues and that sort of thing. We're continuing to market our city-owned lots, our RDA-owned lots. And that's something that we've really taken initiative of, and that's something that we are working on, and we're definitely seeing a lot of movement on that, which I'll talk about in a little bit.
Is the TIF performance, there's that annual report that I think we typically see, is that in here somewhere?
That TIF annual report, are you talking the one like we have to send to DOR? We do that, we have to do that by July 1st of each year.
Is that in here somewhere?
No.
But what is in here in the capital projects funds tab, which we can go through, are the different TIF financial projections.
Right, and I have that marked, so
Okay.
I'll get to it. For economic development, just our budget in general, we have really no major changes. We are interviewing for my old position, the Economic Development Services Manager. So hopefully you'll be seeing somebody, we'll introduce them to you in the next month or so. But we are looking at moving forward with having somebody else in that position.
Would there likely be in that position a targeting for someone with a specific planning background, or is this kind of a loose position? And what would be the, like, I don't know, equity considerations that a position like that might?
Yeah, economic development is an interesting position because there's not one like skill set or background that is. It could be planning, it could be business, it could be marketing. So really, when we're talking to these folks, we're looking to see, who will be the best fit in our community and some of our initiatives that we have, which obviously include some of those items. So we're excited about the applicants we received, and we're hopeful that we'll have somebody that can meet all those needs that we have. Moving on, we'll talk a little bit about the bid that is. 246. Thank you. The bid is technically under the city of Oshkosh, under our umbrella. So I know Jessie Meidel gave her presentation at the last council meeting, and she's doing a great job. And we're seeing a lot of great progress and initiatives coming out of the bid, and city staff works very closely with them. So the bid budget will be coming to you next month also, or excuse me, the next meeting also. And we are continuing to look at ways that we can help them with some of their initiatives, and at the same time, making sure that we're considering out city codes and ordinances.
One thing I will point out, if you take a look at page 247, what the budget reflects here and what the bid plan will show, and Mr. Collins will talk about this later when we talk about the transportation budget tomorrow, but the parking subsidy that the bid has been paying for many years, they're proposing to eliminate that. They
proposed that last year too, right?
they've been proposing it for about the last 10 years. When their obligation, they had a contractual obligation with us up until about 10 years ago. They would like to get rid of that, and I think that's why they were pointing out some of the things that they're doing downtown related. The bid was originally created for parking. It's evolved, and they're proposing to change it. That will have an impact on the parking utility budget because we rely on 15,000, but they want to make a pitch. So just recognize that their business plan that they'll be submitting to council, which requires approval by the council. Council does not have the ability to amend it. They have the ability to say thumbs up or thumbs down, that's it. And then they have to come back with another one. But they're proposing that, and I think Jesse was just accentuating the positive in terms of what they're doing. But that's going to be, so be on the lookout for that. Mr. Collins will comment on that tomorrow.
Moving on from the bid, Community Development Special Fund. 306. That is a fund that we have, like I had mentioned earlier, we go for a lot of grants for other businesses, and a lot of times the city has to apply on their behalf, and this is just a pass-through for those grants that come through. How about the local economic development GoEDC loan program? 353. This is our revolving loan program that Greater Oshkosh administers. When we have TIDs that close, and this is different than our year extension for affordable housing. When we have TIDs that close, we put the money into here. So of course, like we had mentioned, we had a pretty large surplus with TID 7, but we continue to try to grow it. GoEDC is promoting it, and we continue to look for ways to, use the funds in different ways with different programs. Excuse me. And in this one, it's another one where we just have to guess to see how many loans that we think that GoEDC might administer or give out in the next year.
On that GoEDC, page 354, where it's expenditures by expense type, it looks like a pretty hefty proposed increase on expenditures. Is that in relation to the WIBIC, or is there anything specific that's driving that?
That is not related to WIBIC. That is just the increase of loans we think they might give out.
Okay.
Moving on then to, let's see, Industrial Park Land Fund. This is our land fund that we have in the past used to purchase property for industrial park and business park development. So right now, when we sell property, we put the funds back in here when from the proceeds of the property.
What was the deal with 2020 fiscal year? Just curious, maybe Russ,
We finally sold a big piece of land.
We sold 2 pieces of big
Okay.
property, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was over by the
Transload.
transload facility. So that demonstrates the success of the transload facility.
Nice. Thank you.
Talk about the transfer to other.
Was it?
Are you talking about the transfer to
Oh,
others?
just the,
Oh, okay, you're on it. Sorry.
there was a
Okay.
giant.
I'm looking at 459.
Then we have the RDA, Redevelopment Authority. This,
And that's page.
oh, yeah.
512.
Oh, yeah.
This fund is somewhat similar where it's kind of a pass-through, and we don't have a budget for RDA per se. We do when you borrow for CIP for Riverwalk signage or blight removal or gateway improvements or South Main Street acquisition. Those funds get passed through here, and even CDBG for blight removal, they get passed through here too. So the budget itself, you'll see that there are some numbers in here, but a lot of times it's just more pass-through funds that are going through. And Russ, do you want to explain the sale of capital assets for $14 million? I know that's something that Jennifer did last year.
That's page 513.
Yes.
No, I do not have an answer for you right off the top of my head.
Okay, so I can tell you it's probably not going to be in budget or finance terms, but basically we have a lot of property, and some of it we're reserving for right-of-way or other uses where it might not be sold in the future. So we've taken a look at all these properties, and Jennifer kind of wrote it off to say we're probably not going to sell it in the future. We might have purchased it, but she, I think, turned around and then removed that from our books.
Think of Compass Way, the road that leads out to the transload facility. That's probably the best example, but we hadn't done it in a while, and I think frankly it was because we hadn't sold land in so long, but we were doing these developments, and Jennifer and the staff were looking at it and saying, oh, we need to book these as having been sold because they're no longer assets of the redevelopment authorities, or no longer assets of the redevelopment authority. They're assets of the city's right-of-way. So it's just an asset change.
So it wasn't really a sale?
No,
Yeah.
it's, yeah.
Just a booking thing.
Yeah. But it's a big number, so it just, we felt it was appropriate to point it out. It took some explaining to
But that
me.
inventory that you keep, that you've been keeping for years of land that is off the tax rolls, that would have also come off of that list, is that right? It was right away?
Yeah, we have it. We still have it noted that it's like reserved right away, but yeah, we don't have it like for sale or anything like that. And then the last one we have is TIF. There is a balanced summary, which is on the first page there, but overall, our TIFs, all of them are performing pretty well, with the exception of probably our Aviation Business Park and our Southwest Industrial Park number 23. And we have hopes for 23 that will still, with some of the increment from some of the developments, that we can still bring that one up to the black by the time it closes. And we do talk with Ellers, Todd Taves regularly about what we should do with our different TIDs, and we have had some conversations about potentially extending some of those industrial TIDs just so we can make sure that we give it enough time to create increment and hopefully close with a positive cash balance. So I don't know if there's any specific questions about any certain TIDs. I'm happy to answer.
What about the City Center Hotel rehab?
That is something that we are working with those folks on, and with finance and with Mark, and looking for a solution for them.
That was about the only one I was going to comment on, so thank you for bringing it up. We're going to be coming back to the council with a proposal to amend their development agreement. The costs that we incurred for a lot of the public improvements out there, and this predates every member of this council, those were not anticipated when the fund was created. An example is we found a 30-year-old sewer that was built underneath the hotel rather than going around it. And that was a cost that we just did not anticipate. Given everything that's happened in the hotel industry, we had projected that we were going to have have the hotel paid off within the next couple of years, and we've paid them maybe $30,000 out of their $1 million.
Right.
So we are way behind on that. Jennifer has analyzed this, and we're going to be coming forward with a plan to do some borrowing, because that fund owes TIF. Which TIF does it owe?
17.
17. Owes TIF 17 some monies, and we want to get that closed off in the next few years. So what we're going to do is propose to borrow some money to pay off that loan, as well as start giving them some of the TIF money that they've been counting on. They've had, obviously a rough time going through COVID, and they've taken some of their reserves to keep them going. So they're okay, but they need funds to do some rehabbing at the hotel. Every 7 years, these hotels are very diligent about changing over their, sprucing up the rooms. You see that in every hotel you go to. It's because they have an
It's SOP
obligation.
every 7 years.
Every 7 years, you got to do that. So it's coming up for those guys, and so we need to help them. And it's because of what happened in 2012, 2013, and it's finally coming to roost, and I think we have an obligation to do it. So that's on me to bring it forward to you. And the hotel's been asking about it, and they've been very patient and polite. But it's getting close. They want to start. They want to start planning for that. So
It's real simple. It's their money and they want it. So
yeah,
I mean,
and we thought, our projections were like, we're going to have them paid off by 2023. Well, 2023's coming, and we haven't paid them off yet. So we really need to get that going. And we said, but we figured we can start paying them in 2023 if we pay off with a loan, get TIF 17 paid for, because we got close to TIF 17 in 2027, Kelly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we just want to get TIF 17 paid off, and that's just an easier way, because TIF. What's the hotel?
25.
23.
25, yeah.
25.
25 they've got time, and they'll be okay at the end of their life. But their life doesn't end until late 30s.
Right.
Till the late 30s. So we got time, and so we'll be okay. But we got to take care of them.
So that North Main Street Industrial Park, what's,
That was the Perfaseal project.
I'm
Bemis,
sorry.
Perfaseal, Bemis, Amcor, when they did their big addition, when we built that stormwater pond. So that's another one where it's a partial pay-go and then repaying the stormwater utility for those improvements. So that one should end up fine too.
okay, so that 2.3 million isn't a reflection of a lack of performance?
It's just where we're at right now with the costs that we had previously incurred and the pay-go going out. But over time, we'll be able to capture that increment.
How are we feeling about aviation?
Aviation, we have been making some good progress as far as collaborating with GOIDC and the airport a lot more. We have a marketing plan moving forward. We're looking at doing some, call them like FAM tours, site selection tours, where we're reaching out to different industry leaders that help, get developments moving forward. So we're looking at different ways to promote development in that area. And we have some leads. We actually were all out at EAA together in a booth, and we had a lot of folks that we talked to. So we're actually working on some leads right now out there. So it is something that we continue to work on. We have the taxiway connection, which is really good, and we're going to get some signage out there, but we are continuing just to try to promote it and get somebody out there.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, I was, because it's so small, I didn't realize it was in reverse order. So
Oh,
I'm
okay,
looking at
no
the
problem.
column.
And yeah, the coloring kind of is
Oh,
too a little
tiny.
hard, yeah. Let me look at my list. I had a list of all my different. That's it then for me.
Thank you. You got a heck of a portfolio there.
Oh my gosh, look at that, she has
I know.
1 minute to spare.
No time for questions right now. If there are any other questions, please let me know. Otherwise, feel free to reach out to me and
Yeah,
help.
Kelly, I can't thank you enough. You're doing an amazing job. Congratulations on the
Thank
new
you.
position, and just keep chugging along.
thank you. No, looking forward to it. It's, we have a lot of great momentum moving forward, and I appreciate everybody's support and looking forward to moving ahead in 2022.
Hey, you made
Thanks.
it through the first one.
Woo, thanks, guys.
And on
Thanks for
time.
going easy on me.
Veteran.
Right?
Budgeted your time well as well. So
Well, I got to keep in that timeline. I'm right before break, so I know where I stand.
If this doesn't work out, you'll make a great newscaster.
Thank you.
but we're on break
Thanks.
till 10:15.
The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9.
Take it away.
It's Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Well, I think you all know I'm the Director of Administrative Services and also the Assistant City Manager. So we have a variety of budgets in my department, but primarily the divisions that exist in Administrative Services are Human Resources, General Services, and Information Technology. And then inside those individual divisions, there's a whole variety of functional responsibilities. And I'll let the division heads talk primarily. You know, I'm pretty shy, so I'd like to just keep my comments to a minimum. But
Thank you, Vince.
the first department that the first division that we're gonna talk about is Human Resources. So I'll just turn it over to Michelle. You wanna talk about some of the things that are going on in HR, Michelle?
Sure, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us here. So, obviously, Human Resources, we we managed to keep very busy doing a lot of different things. But in 2021, we've been working very hard on our diversity, equity, and inclusion programming with our employees, where we were able to hold a planning and leadership meeting back in May, and then we've been working on ongoing training with our employees in the last few months. Obviously, DEI is going to be an ongoing initiative for us this year and in the upcoming years. We also had a few updates to our employee handbook this year, some of them to help us get in line with our new ExecuTime system, which is a new timekeeping system that we've implemented for the employees. Obviously, a lot of that credit goes to our IT department. I know it's on their goals as well. We also were able to implement the employee development program, tuition reimbursement, thanks to the guidance of the council. And we really are very happy to have that opportunity for our employees so that they can continue their education and do better in their current jobs, as also have opportunities for advancement in the future.
And I would just add, I think that was really timely, especially considering the challenges that we're having with staffing. So the fact that the council saw fit to support that initiative, I thought that was really forward-thinking, and we certainly appreciate that.
Absolutely, is definitely a key to, again, helping our employees continue to develop with the city. So also this year, we implemented a buddy and mentoring program. As you all know, diversity, equity, and inclusion, feeling included is very important for our new hires so that they have someone who's helping guide them besides just their supervisor. And that has been a great program for us this year as well. And we've gotten a lot of good feedback for that program. So those are a few of the things that were on our goals. Obviously, ongoing things. Recruitment is constant. We've had probably more openings this year due to retirements and some other turnover than we've had in previous years. So that continues to be a challenge, as I'm sure everyone knows based on what's going on all over.
I think Michelle's done a good job, though, working with the different divisions on just different modifications as time has gone on in terms of our classification structure, our job families, trying to take a look at what sort of structures we have, encourage people to be aware of what opportunities they might have internally. Certainly, you'll see some of the key performance indicators in here that talk about a variety of things that are considerations for us, but generationally, and I think not just with some of our younger workers, but really all of our workers are interested in what opportunities they may have here, because the marketplace is such a fluid opportunity for them to move and consider other options. So understanding what they can do here, having the opportunity to increase their education, advance, and then I know, Michelle, you're going to talk about our class and comp study that is coming up. Just a little history before she talks about that. We also do mini studies every 3 years to try to be synced with the marketplace in terms of what we've done internally with mini reorgs and little recommendations of the council associated with market adjustments. But every 10 years, we do a full-blown classification and compensation study where we have extreme involvement from our employees, their supervisors. We do job description questionnaires and just really go in depth, take a look at external equity and internal equity. And that was postponed because of COVID this past cycle. So we're really looking forward to trying to get that executed going forward. What else would you like to say about that, Michelle?
Right, absolutely. I mean, this is key to us staying with the market, and as you know, the market is showing some change, and we think it's really going to be important for us to evaluate where our employees are, our positions are, in order to maintain, obviously, attracting people to our organization and retaining the very valuable employees that we do have.
And just one final point about that. We haven't done a full-blown class and comp study for 10 years, and during that time period, we've also had the effects of Acts 10 and 32. And what we did is we consolidated a variety of classifications and pay ranges into our non-rep pay plan. So the phenomenon that we have right now is we have a lot of compressed pay ranges where there's not really a lot of recognition for the uniqueness of each job. So what I suspect might happen when we talk to the people that would take a look at this, if we're funded, hopefully, we might create more stratification. We might have more opportunity to provide pay that's a little more accurately placed for the nuances of each position. So that's part of the hope.
Absolutely.
And will you, in that, will there be, I'm looking at some of the KPIs, there's a workforce gender identity, but will there be any kind of gender parity analyses in that compensation study?
Ordinarily, it's something that's not specifically singled out. It's based primarily on the classification itself, the marketplace itself, the complexity of the job, the consequence of error. There's a whole variety of dimensions that they look at specifically. And then because now we have the council approved the pay for performance component of our compensation structure a while back, we look at not only public sector employers, but also classifications that could have private sector crossover, and try to have a blended assessment of the marketplace where we're trying to reach out to for employees and what our competition is. So those are primarily the dimensions of that in a nutshell. So.
The other KPI references workforce ethnicity, and I'm not sure if that note below is supposed to define or just further explain. It says self-reported organizational employee population for people of color, including Hispanic, which Hispanic is the ethnicity, versus the U.S. Census Bureau statistics for the city population. So why would it be a versus a contrast? I'm not quite sure what that note is saying. On page 78, sorry.
Okay, I think that's comparing, right, the percentage of minority employees against the percentage of minorities in the community.
Right, based
So
on what.
representative.
Okay, okay.
Right.
All right,
Yeah.
the
It wasn't a
verses threw
verse-
me off.
right.
Okay,
Right.
thanks.
Yes. Well, any other questions about human resources?
The tuition reimbursement thing you touched on,
Yes.
that doesn't appear to be within your budget on 81. And I don't know if Russ wants to touch on that. Just wondering, 'cause it was $100,000, I think, that we put into it, that we seeded it with.
Yes.
Where's it at, in terms of balance? So we know when you're gonna be anticipating coming back for more, honestly.
Sure. Michelle, you want to talk about our participation a little bit?
Right, certainly. The first semester was the spring semester of 2021. We really only had a few participants, which is what we expected. So the balance has not really gone down much, I would say less than 10,000. We currently have people enrolled this semester as well. We won't know obviously where that ends up until probably January, when those people turn in the classes that they're enrolled in. But I anticipate at this time, we won't need to replenish that in the near future. And as I think the program grows and more people become aware of it, and not that they're not aware, I guess, but start planning their educational futures, whereas I think many of them were not planning on going back to school previously, I do expect to see that uptick come. But I would say at this point, that's not a near future need to add funds to that. By near future, I would say at least a couple of years.
Last year we took it out of fund balance to create the program, and there's nothing in this budget to enhance that or replenish it at this point in time. If we do, we would probably come back and say, look at fund balance, or looking at setting up a more annual appropriation, but there's no annual appropriation in 2022 for it.
That's what I was actually getting at in
Yeah.
terms of, because the last thing we want is that, you know, every 3 years you come back for another $100,000 when it's more appropriate to start to appropriate, you know,
Yeah.
whether it's 25 annually, whatever it is, just so it's long-term and sustainable.
Sure, right.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all.
I think I had advocated to set up a fund
Yep.
like that, but we just
Just
didn't.
when it's ready, or
We
when,
pull
when
it.
it's appropriate.
I think now with our
Where
excess
is
fund
it?
balance.
It's not in here.
It's not in there, but.
Carryover
Yeah,
funds.
I couldn't agree more that we need to probably focus on this. And Michelle, I want to be clear, I think you guys are doing an amazing job in these challenging times. So I don't know how you're not pulling your hair out down there. But one other thing I'd like to talk about briefly is what about enticement to live in the community itself? Maybe you guys could address that, and maybe I need to be a little bit more specific. But the disparity of employees living in the city outside of the city, i.e. the surrounding townships, is a little bit alarming to me. And I think for our staff to understand the complexities of providing services in the city versus the townships kind of gets lost when an employee doesn't live in the city, and it's basically quality of life and tax burden situations is what drives our people to other communities. Can you talk about addressing that a little bit? And it doesn't have to be specific, but I guess I'm concerned about that.
You want me to speak up to that,
Why
or
don't
would you
you-
like to, Michelle?
Why don't you start?
Okay, I agree 100%. We would love to have our employees, all of our employees live in the city if possible, but the reality is we really draw from employees all the way from probably Fond du Lac to Green Bay. And it is complex. It's a complex issue because, relocation and spousal responsibilities, make it even more complex. I can remember back in the day when we had residential or residency requirements, and then those are prohibited now. But when you have that situation where you have a spouse who may be subject to those same sorts of desires by other communities, if you have like a dual income public sector worker, it can, where do you go? You can't live in both places. So I think with these challenging times, the timing of maybe trying to provide something like that financially as well as from an HR perspective may not be the best, just because we're trying to draw wherever we can to get the best people we can for the job. So I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with it. I think it's just a matter of timing. Michelle, you want to add anything to that or disagree with me?
No,
or-
I completely agree with John. Obviously, in order to get the best talent, we do look outside of the city of Oshkosh. There's a lot of great talent here, but there's a lot of great competition as well. So we would love everyone to live closer and live within the city limits. And it's definitely something we talk about, but again, I don't know if this is the time.
And I would say, I think indirectly, we provide additional incentives to be closer. We, our employee clinic is something that, people and their families like to access, and it's much more accessible if they're located closer to the city. So that's a draw for us indirectly. I think, we talked about the educational reimbursement program. The resources that are available here in the city of Oshkosh are probably greater than any of our surrounding communities in terms of, degree-oriented programs. So
Right. Having UW Oshkosh as well
Absolutely.
as Fox Valley Tech right
It's-
here.
it's very
is a
important.
great advantage.
right.
One thing that we've done with some limited success is when we negotiate and this primarily for department heads and upper management, if the person is coming from out of town to start with, as opposed to you hire somebody from Neenah, the likelihood of them moving is going to be pretty minimal. But if they're coming from out of town, out of state, let's say, we've done things like offering to pay a greater share of relocation costs, moving costs, and that one-time incentive will typically bump them in. Or if they don't, then they get a lesser reimbursement. We've done that and had some limited success.
And
with
that's
that.
an excellent point too, because when we have that relocation, then we mitigate that issue that I talked about earlier with a spouse that might have another responsibility in another location where it makes it difficult for them to go. If they're coming, like for example, we have a recruitment with our new museum director from Idaho, it's an opportunity for us. And that policy is structured to capitalize on that opportunity.
I just like to point, I'd like to agree with Councilmember Miller, and I don't know, when you say it's not time, we've talked about this for a number of years since the residency requirements were no longer allowed, the incentive piece, but, I mean, as we're seeing more shifts, when you talk about timing, it appears that those dual professional roles, that there is more, I guess, availability of telework for, I'll call them trailing partners, right? So when you say it's not the right time, is that based on pre-2020? And is there an opportunity, to Bill's point, to, bump that up in other ways, the incentives?
Well, you want to speak, Michelle?
I would just say that, recruitment is extremely difficult right now. And I certainly wouldn't want people who are outside of the city to feel discouraged to come to the city. I guess that was my only point by saying I don't know if now is the right time, but I'm sure John has a lot more history with this subject than I do.
Well, I think I was thinking about it from a financial perspective too. I just know I've had dialogue with, Finance Director Van Gompel and City Manager Roloff, and given some of the other financial challenges, adding an additional compensation incentive, I don't know how successful we would be with that. But of course, the council has the ability to do a whole variety of things. I'm just being restricted by our current state of affairs, I guess.
And I wasn't looking for something specific. My concern is that our team, our team members don't experience the same pain as our citizens do if they live in a surrounding community and those issues don't affect them. Typically, that's water rates, that's taxation, that's construction, that's special assessments, all of those things that I think people that live in our community that also are part of our team understand those issues more clearly and may be a little bit more compassionate and understanding to those issues than somebody who lives in the township, which obviously has limited resources and therefore their tax rates are lower and they typically don't deal with a lot of special assessments. So, and those are just 10,000-foot issues. So I just want to bring attention to that.
Yeah.
And the disparity of our workforce living outside of this community is growing. And that's my biggest concern. So
I agree.
And
I
so-
appreciate you bringing it up. I know that there are other communities that do have add-ons. And, I don't want to sound condescending, I think, but those communities are structured in such a manner where their communities aren't as desirable as the city of Oshkosh to live in. So it's almost like, hey, nobody wants to live here. We'll pay our employees extra money to live here. Won't you please live here? Yeah. So the communities that I'm familiar with, at least in the state of Wisconsin, have those sorts of challenges. I don't see us as having those challenges, but that's not the point you're trying to get across, Councilmember Miller, but just extra.
And I'm not trying to pin or shoehorn you into any position or anything.
No.
It's alarming to me to see that happen. And I think for us to better serve our community, it's helpful to have our own team members feeling the same pain than if they lived in another community.
And the pride associated with living here, I think, too. So.
Absolutely. So thank you both very much. I think you answered my questions very well.
Okay, thank you. Anything else about HR? Okay. All right, thanks, Michelle. I think the next one is on page 103. It's purchasing. So John Urban is in charge of general services, and purchasing is just one of the many functions that are in general services. So I don't know if there's many ways I certainly could describe general services. It's a hodgepodge of things that I think that John does a good job managing, because there are a whole variety of responsibilities, and he and his staff do a great job. So why don't we just start out with purchasing, John?
Sure, I'll just give a recap of, as John said, we have a variety of programs and services that we help manage in general services. One of them is the purchasing office. We'll talk about that in a little bit. There's also the facility maintenance office. We handle all the facilities and maintenance for City Hall, Safety Building, Senior Center, Sawyer Avenue, and so forth. There's also we have the Oshkosh Media. It's not a division, but the Oshkosh Media is in our area as well. And then we also help manage the lease obligations for the Grand Opera House lease, the Convention Center lease, and then we also help manage the lease obligations, not the lease obligations, but the maintenance for the hotel ramp, which is part of the Convention Center project there. So those, we all help kind of manage all those budgets, and I guess every day is an adventure when it comes to what we deal with on many of those. So as far as purchasing, we help. We're really a resource, like many of our divisions. We're a resource for various departments in the procurement of whatever they need. We do that through bids, quotes, RFPs, cooperative purchasing contracts, etc. We had a lot of busy things going on in 2021 there. I think you see those accomplishments listed. We also have a lot of things going on for 2022 that we're going to be working on as well. So yeah, it's been a very busy year, and we're here to help. That's what we help departments with, is buying their things.
There's a question on the bids, the RFP process, and we have it in our policy that we go with the lower bid. What's built into that to ensure that the lowest cost bid doesn't cost us more by taking that lower bid? Let's say, for example, I don't know, regarding cost to the environment or issues that would affect our services in the future.
We go for the lowest responsible bidder based on whatever the bid specs might say. We don't have a formal policy on providing extra points, for example, if they were doing something more for the environment necessarily. We're always looking for energy savings as an example. That's something that we're always looking at, especially with our HVAC and roofing projects. So we really try to do the best job we can with providing the lowest cost at the most responsible for the city of Oshkosh. I don't know if I answered your question necessarily, but that's our process.
I guess, kind of that life cycle cost analysis is what I was kind of getting at.
Whenever we do, for example, an HVAC project, our engineer knows that that's part of the process, is to evaluate that we're doing the best, getting the best bang for the buck. We're getting the best energy savings, and in many cases we'll go from, because so much of our equipment is so old anyway, we're making great advancements. A lot of our energy efficiency is in the high 80s. In many cases we're going to the high 90s with a lot of the equipment we're putting in, so we're already gaining those kinds of savings with HVAC projects. So it's something that's always there. We're always mindful of it. As I said, with HVAC it generally happens by default because so much of our equipment is so old to begin with. So
Would your department be involved in any way in, for example, evaluating in, short-term future purchasing of electric fleet in that regard, or is that just kind of left up to each individual department?
we haven't been approached on electric fleet yet, but that's not saying we wouldn't be. And when we get to that point, we'd be happy to help. It really just depends on who comes to us.
Purchasing was involved when we took a look at and kind of forayed into CNG a little bit. It monitored some of the fuel prices associated with that, so I know you were pretty heavily involved, but not so much yet with electrical.
Thank you.
John, my question's a little bit more general. How do you see, and I see Tony's on deck, so I'm going to be redundant with Tony as well, so pay attention, Tony. But how do you see supply chain and inflationary pricing affecting our budgets going forward? And are we kind of factoring some of that into this process? Because, I mean, I'm seeing prices climb through the roof. Steel especially has seen a 500-fold increase. You know, some of these things. Can you briefly talk about that?
Without question, we've seen the same thing. We've been advised of the same thing, to be cautious. We've actually put a couple projects on hold because of how high prices are. For example, we want to replace the stage floor at the Grand. We've been wanting to do that all year. But the lumber prices are, obviously anyone knows this, are through the roof. So we've had to postpone a couple projects. We've just been advised, it's just not the time right now. Hold off as best you can. There's other things in the pipeline, whether it's generators or other things that we're being told, you know, if you don't get orders in by the end of the year, in some cases, you might not see it for 6 months instead of 3 months. So, yes, there's definitely been all kinds of supply chain issues that we're looking at.
John, please don't use through the roof and grand in the same sentence.
If I could just interject real quick, I did have a conversation with, and we'll bring this up when the fire department comes, but for example, the chassis for the ambulances, they're looking for commitments early, like now, like by the end of October for next year, and I informed them that they should work with the vendor to see them so if they could wait until the middle of November because we'd had this process done. I says, you know, quite honestly, ambulance is something we need and is not really that discretionary. But at the same time, we have to respect the process. So supply chain is becoming a big issue from, ordering materials to ordering equipment.
Ordering radios. I mean, that's just another example about, it's all about supply chain, because there are vehicles that are, they can't finish a car because there's not a computer chip. I mean, it's crazy with the issues that we're dealing with these days.
Great, thank you all.
Thank you.
Any other questions for purchasing? About purchasing, I should say.
P-card.
Yep, we're taking a look at all that stuff too. I'm gonna give John a little break and we're just gonna go to Tony now. And that budget's on 107. But John will be back.
Thanks, John.
So Tony is responsible for all information technology, and so he does a fabulous job, and his staff done a great job with that division. One thing that I just want to provide a little bit of a humble brag, I don't want to steal any finances thunder, but we're nearing the initial completion of our ERP project. And for some of the council members that have been here for a little while, that was a massive undertaking, and we spent over $1 million to try to have enterprise information technology for primarily our administrative systems. We had some legacy systems here that were not even supported by the software companies, and in some cases were no longer in business. And so the council funded that project. I think it was how many years ago, Tony?
We funded it in 15, began implementation in 16.
And we're right on the cusp of completing that. And of course, it's ongoing and we're always evaluating different modules and improving that. But I think the fact that we have one integrated system instead of a variety of standalone systems that don't communicate with each other to the point where we are right now is a major, major improvement. And we've had many communities, talk to us about what we've done, how we did it, what could it be possible for them. But I think through the foresight of the council, funding that project, has really pushed our organization forward immensely compared to where it was before. So that's just a little humble brag, maybe more for finance than IT, but that project is really working well, as well as Michelle mentioned the consolidation of our payroll. We had a lot of standalone different processes for payroll. So with the exception of the fire department, now we'll have one standardized, to a certain degree, payroll system for the entire city. So that's a major, major thing too. So I'll just stop talking now and let Tony talk about some of the other projects that we have in information technology. And I know he'll also talk about some of the important enhancement projects that we'd like you to consider.
No, John stole all the thunder on everything we've done. No, as John said, the ERP was a huge long-term program to install. It involved almost every department in the city. It was a lot of staff's time all over the city to get that implemented. And we are in the last piece, which is the enterprise asset management system, which is work orders and inventory. That will be live shortly after the first of the year. That is the last of the initial ERP investment. As John said, there are modules that are constantly being added, and we evaluate at the time whether it's something that's the right fit for the city. As many of you know, AquaHawk went live. IT played a huge part in the implementation of AquaHawk and its use in the billing process. The council approved the Duncan parking enforcement system that has modernized our parking enforcement and taken a lot of the burden off of the city systems and outsourced that because it was a lot of mundane tasks for not a lot of revenue. The executive time implementation, which put everybody on the same time and attendance system. We've worked with the fire department on a full fire department website redesign, which has really gone very well. As we all remember, back in 20, we had a little bit of a security issue with our network, and from then, we've increased our security posture immensely, and that has taken a lot of time, a lot of investment from the council, and that has greatly improved our future. And our GIS infrastructure, we are constantly working on modernizing that. We had a turnover of our GIS administrator this past year. The new individual that came on board has embraced it very well, and we are moving forward with a lot of new implementations within that system.
Who worked with us as an intern many years ago and then came back to us, which we're pretty proud of.
Yes, we stole him from another county. That's a win. We've also taken all of our utility facilities and pulled their video surveillance systems into our enterprise video surveillance system. So now we have a much greater exposure as far as being able to view what's going on in those plants, both during hours and after hours in a single consolidated system. We have well over 100 cameras around the city now, and the system has proven very well, especially from the law enforcement standpoint. If we ever need to pull video during closed hours, we have actual video footage of what's going on in a lot of our facilities.
And I would say James Robbie really deserves a lot of credit for that. I mean, he asked us to take a look at what was existing and provide recommendations, and he was very open to, creating a structure that could be resourced and accessed in a secure manner and set up and stored in a secure manner. So he deserves a lot of credit, but we're continuously talking to other departments about what we can do. Unfortunately, because there's just a significant uptick in, different sorts of crimes, vandalism, and we want to try to preserve all the investments that you're allowing us to make into our infrastructure, of course.
Yeah, we've had significant modernizations over the past decade, and a lot of it's to credit to the entire city team. I mean, it's been phenomenal.
Tony, on the 100 camera issue, some cities I'm reading about are starting to use more cameras for like routine traffic things. Kind of like when you go through the the toll or whatever. They can do license plate oriented.
LPR, yes, license plate recognition systems.
Right. To bring some of the costs down on the law enforcement side. Is that something that's happening like more widespread, or people are looking at that more in terms of adding, cameras for some of the routine?
That's a whole separate infrastructure, and that's one that I would feel more comfortable with Chief Smith talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually some prohibitions. It is definitely a law enforcement question we're
It
limited in what
depends
we
on
can do.
the state. Each state has different sets of regulations and rules, and I know Wisconsin tends to be more restrictive than some of the other states.
Yeah, we're,
Okay.
you've probably read it. If you look at it, I bet you're
This
looking at out
morning.
of state.
Love
I
it.
bet you're looking at out of
It
state.
was Route 50 article this morning, Route 50.
No, but what state?
I think Berkeley.
Yeah. Berkeley's a little different than Oshkosh.
I mean, that was just one
But
reference.
some of that technology is now being employed through the parking system that we have in place, where they have the ability to do some of that stuff, not with moving violations, but with parking
Well,
violations.
that's what you brought up. That's what
Yeah.
Amy asked the
Yeah.
question.
Yep.
So it's non-moving parking, but
Correct.
not necessarily.
Correct.
Dean's got better details than we
Gotcha.
would.
Yeah,
Okay.
our current parking enforcement system, the handhelds are equipped with license plate readers so that you don't actually take down the wrong plate number. And it actually puts it right into the citation. That type of technology is in play in the city of Oshkosh.
But it still requires a human to go do that. It's not like
Oh,
a
absolutely.
camera in the parking lot kind of deal.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
And so that the parking enforcement package that we just purchased also has the ability to take pictures and everything else to help document it. Because it's surprising how many complaints we get and people argue over a small parking ticket, saying that, they didn't do that, until you show them the physical evidence of their car, the license plates, at that certain time of day, here it is. And so the appeal process has gone way down, which is good.
Agreed.
Is that part of the reason, going back to what Mr. Roloff was talking about, the bid is looking at reducing the parking contribution? I know that's been a thing before, but is the rationale related to the success of this program?
No, they just
Okay.
don't want to pay
Okay,
it.
gotcha. Okay.
Tony, my question's very similar to what I asked John previously. How do you see supply chain affecting your future projects and obviously some of the inflationary stuff? So
Yes, I've watched the prices carefully. The budget's been adjusted per unit. I'm paying $50 a PC more due to what's going on. Also, I'm meeting with we're on a state contract for our PC purchases. You see the same type of approval every year. We buy on a cooperative purchase. We go through purchasing. Right now, we're talking with Vanguard on actually getting our PCs pre-ordered so we get in the queue, because what is going on in the computer market is a lot like the car market. They are fulfilling orders before stock. So big box warehouses aren't going to get their inventory, but people that are actually ordering tangible, I need 53 computers, are going to get them before Best Buy gets their 3,000 computers. So we need to get in that queue so that we get those. Right now, we're looking at a 6-month lead time. And that was verified last week.
Goes back to Russ's point earlier, once the budget gets adopted, we're probably going to start ordering pronto
No,
because it's going to take so long for us to get the payoff.
And I mean, if there's some type of emergency situation, I can't speak for any of the other council members besides myself, but I would be very open to approving any type of temporary funding we need to do to move that stuff along, so.
In my area, we're actually somewhat beneficial in the fact that our state contract provider is willing to work with us. They're going to take some risk, of course, but they're willing to work with us so that we can get these quantities in the queue. Because we cannot wait till next December to start rolling out PCs for 2022.
And that kind of speaks to your enhancement request, and I don't want to jump ahead of you on that, but I guess
Jump away.
with the hardware, it's only like $30,000 from what I can see in those enhancement requests, but it's all related to hardware and installation. So why wouldn't that be part of page 110 in the capital outlay or equipment or?
So to touch on the 4 items that are in the budget enhancements, those are items that, as you may or may not have reviewed, are also in ARPA requests. So one of 2 things can occur with these 4 items that I'd like to see, because I'm just selfish that way, is they either get satisfied through ARPA or they get injected into my budget. So you are correct that they would wind up in either capital or in the 6500 series accounts.
And since you kind of opened that door a little bit, Tony, maybe you can just talk, and they're not listed here, but maybe you can talk a little bit about some of the fiber projects that we've also discussed with City Manager Roloff and Finance Director Van Gompel, and just give the council an idea of what our connectivity status is and what we'd like to try to achieve and why.
Right. When
Tony, before you start, I don't have it in front of me, but all your requests were CapEx, right? There was no OpEx.
It was a combination.
Was it?
It was hardware and installation. Right?
No. What I'm
capital
talking,
expense versus operating expense?
yes.
Yes.
So your enhancements were all CapEx, one-time shots, right?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I need. Thank you.
That is correct. Everything that I had in here, that was a one-time.
Thank you.
So to,
Maybe before you go to that, just talk about the other ones that are listed here, then go to the fiber stuff, if you don't mind.
Are you talking about the list on the enhancements or in?
Yes.
In
Hey,
what-
John,
Enhancements.
John, I hate to disagree with you in a public meeting like this, but I think it might be more beneficial to go through the items on the budget enhancements first, and then we can relay that.
Right.
I asked Tony to put them in as
Yep.
enhancements because my recommendation to council would be that these projects would be funded by ARPA funding.
Right.
And if by chance you don't want to, these are necessities that Tony thinks we need.
Yep.
And we need to account for them one way or the other. That's why he added them as enhancements. So I'd rather have Tony talk about those projects first.
Let me just take this, for all the non-financial people at home, CapEx is a one-time spend, OpEx is a reoccurring spend, so I think, I'm pleased to see his enhancements as a CapEx, a one-time spend, so.
But
that-
we would
that-
have to
that-
replace those again, wouldn't we, in a few years?
But it's a one-time spend for the budget. Operating expenses is monthly, reoccurring
Right.
monthly. This is all CapEx, a one-time spend.
Okay, so the maintenance piece you're saying separated out. Gotcha.
so the four items are actually on the budget enhancements. One is the upgrade of our GIS environment. Right now, and this was primarily brought to the surface through COVID, is the larger reliance on GIS and the spatial information that was required. What we've been looking at is assessing our internal GIS system, and we're looking at a multi-server redeployment of GIS in an even more modernized fashion that can be accomplished for $20,000, and that includes the server hardware and the installation and all the associated licensing. Then we've got Wi-Fi. That, again, is another one that has been kind of brought to the surface through trying to facilitate the citizens, and frankly, they want more Wi-Fi. And this building is very underserved. Initially, we put it in to get by. We haven't really put any other investments into this. I want to actually replace what we have in this building to give it optimum coverage, all 4 floors, all the way down. Video conferencing, again, we all know we're doing a lot of stuff through video now. Honestly, even after these go away, I don't see that going away. People have found it to be a lot more efficient. Again, it was something that we used CARES Act money to equip a lot of our conference rooms with a quick webcam solution. Now we want to put video teleconferencing solutions in these conference rooms. And that I actually found a very cost-effective way to do that at the 5800. And then the City Hall surveillance cameras, these are for our exterior parking lot. Right now we have after-hours things that occur in the front of the building, and we don't have any coverage in the front of the building. We have coverage over from the building that looks like garages over there and from the safety building. We lack coverage in the front. We need to get that covered.
Oh, we can't use the AT&T buildings? Their video coverage from the other side of the street?
That's the back.
When Tony says the front, I think he means the parking
The
lot.
parking lot side.
Oh, sorry.
It's
I
okay.
think of the other front.
Right.
Steps.
I always refer to that as the front, sorry.
Gotcha.
So that covers the 4, really the musts that we need to get done. Then there was the other ones that are more of a I'd like to see them done. Those were put in as ARPA requests. And that was, as John has mentioned about the fiber. Eventually, we're going to be using the Armory. Not sure what the name of it currently is. I call it the Armory, the old National Guard Armory. Getting fiber to the Armory, then from the Armory to Pollock Pool. Because Pollock Pool right now, we're on a commercial DSL line. It's slow, it's inefficient. In order to get to Pollock, we're going to go right by the Armory, which is why I'm pitching the two of them. One relies on the other.
And the Armory, as you might be aware of, is right now it's a storage facility, but there are plans to potentially upgrade that to more of a training center for fire, as well as potentially relocate our emergency operations center there. So it will be important to have that connectivity.
Additionally, and probably the most inexpensive piece of fiber lay that we're going to do is from Station 15 to the Leach Amphitheater. We have staff that function out of there, and we have no network connectivity over there. We just got more reliable internet connectivity over there for the public and for the acts to use. We need to get city network over there. But that would have to come from Station 15. That is the closest area that we have to get back on the city network. Moving back down a little further, we continue to have telecommuting needs. Right now, we're using 8-year-old laptops to satisfy that telecommuting need. Those laptops occasionally are coming back with the caveat that they don't come back, they don't turn on anymore. So we are having to replace them. We are using old laptops because this was a need that came out of COVID that we did not have funding for. So we came up with a solution. The solution has worked mildly adequate. What I'd like to do is create a permanent laptop pool. While originally I had put in the request for 10, I'm actually comfortable dropping that to 5, only because in the past 2 years, we have actually put more laptops in the hands of our supervisors as their primary desktop, so they have that telecommuting need when they need it on a daily basis. The computer training lab, right now, again, we're using 8-year-old computers in the computer training lab because we're using ones that have been pulled out from around the city. They are not in my normal life cycle rotation. What I'd like to do is get those modernized because we continue to have more reliance on the computer lab over there. I don't know if any of you council members have actually seen it, but it's a 17-station lab. It looks phenomenal. Facilities maintenance actually did the entire renovation. It looks beautiful. It's used by all the departments in the city for all computer-based instruction. And it's running on 8-year-old computers. We did modernize the operating system and the RAM in them to get by, but they need modern hardware.
Tony, what's your life cycle on those? And talk about the bullpen a little bit. So 5 years on towers.
4 to 5 years.
4 to 5 years on towers, and then what about laptops?
Same.
It is.
Same.
That seems like we're stretching it a little bit.
It has worked. Right now, our device failure rate is maybe 1 per year, combined desktop and laptop. I am actually just coming back from, I shouldn't say just, it's probably been about 4 years that we're off of the 6-year rotation.
Okay.
I'm getting closer to a solid 4-year rotation. So that is, industry-wise, pretty solid for both laptops and desktops. Tablets, that's a different story because it depends on the use.
Thank you.
You bet. Mark, do you want me to touch on the door security for this building? Or is that a separate conversation?
That is part of his ARPA requests.
I think it's part of the ARPA request. It's I think now would be a good time, since we're talking about technology, to bring that up.
So with law enforcement, we have been dealing with a entire building security assessment. That was.
And facilities.
And facilities. Well, a lot of departments were involved in this. Right. We got a lot of feedback from almost every department in this building. Facilities has been one of the primaries for making the evaluation and making recommendations. From the IT standpoint, I did put in the ARPA, the $57,000 enhancement, and that would put card readers on every employee-only entrance. because we have too many entrances in this building that the public can just stroll right into unchecked.
I'm sorry, I'm on page 16 with the list of the,
It's not in your book yet.
oh, okay,
Right.
all right.
He's talking about what's going to come to council through ARPA request. And what we're proposing is you consider some additional enhancements to the overall security of the building.
Right.
Okay,
I think the amount is roughly, it's under $150,000, right, Russ? Something like that, Mark?
Something along those
Yeah.
lines.
Yeah, and this is just one component of that. But, given the, unfortunately, some of the, violent activity that's taken place, we think that this is an important,
It's a must. I mean, I've
Responsibility
looked
for
at
us.
it briefly, and you guys are doing a great job, so it's a must. It has to get done, so we understand that.
And again, like I said, that will actually secure all employee entrances to where public entrances remain accessible. The rest, lock them down. Additionally, there was additional network switches. As we add some of these enhancements, we have more devices, we need more switches on the network. And then the last one is one that has been rather evolving, and that is the squad car technology. Right now, we've been working on replacing what's in the squads with something that will facilitate the increased demand from the Motorola dispatch and record system that is contracted through the county. Right now, many of our devices have become substandard in almost an overnight time frame. Motorola issued new specifications for an upgrade that will be rolled out that our devices do not meet. It was not an item that we knew was coming. Most agencies in Winnebago County are in the same boat as us, and they're scrambling to make minimum requirements just to keep their public safety devices running at a usable level. And that was it in my ARPA.
Right, so we.
I don't want much.
Right. We covered the enhancements for the budget, but also you touched on those other items, just so you're aware of them. Since we had them here, I thought it might be helpful for you to hear it right from Tony and the rest.
None of it is really pie in the sky stuff. It's stuff that we need, but the budget won't facilitate that much add.
Right, that's a pretty
And
substantial
for
investment
one-time investments.
in information technology, so.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for Tony?
On the budget?
Nice job. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thanks, Tony. Okay, we got John, actually, the next budget we can talk about is insurance, so I'll bring Michelle back up. And that is on 112. So this budget primarily talks about not our health insurance, the other insurances that we have for the organization. So you want to talk a little bit about the different components, Michelle?
See how excited we are about this.
While she's
Shirley, I'm trying to find the correct
while she's getting the
page,
right
sorry.
page.
I wasn't sure what was coming up next.
It's similar to some of the insurances that you may have, it's worker compensation, general liability, police professional fleet liability, public officials, employee dishonesty and crime, property and contractors' equipment, fleet comprehensive and collision, boiler, machinery, underground tank storage liability, pollution liability, and one of the big upticks, of course, that you're very familiar with is cyber liability. That was an ad that the council also had foresight and funded some time ago, thankfully, and but
can you just give an example of what pollution liability would cover?
sure. Do you want to speak to that, or would you like me to, Michelle?
Oh, go right ahead, sorry. Still finding the page.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good example that would be could be practically applied.
Separate from the underground tank, I get that.
Right, and some of the insurances are complementary too. So even though they're not distinct, they'll they'll support each other, like the underground tank. The pollution liability, let me just think.
We actually have a separate pollution liability, or is that just part of our liability insurance?
I thought we had
Or
a
it's listed
separate.
here separate.
Yeah, I thought we had a separate. I'm just drawing a blank right now, I'm sorry.
I do believe sometime there is contamination found in a ground from years and years and years ago. That could be part of what the pollution liability covers, because you never know sometimes if there's pollution until you excavate, I'm sorry. And so just in general, most companies that I've been familiar with, as well as us, carry that in case there are unusual pollution situations that come up.
So, cyber liability.
Yes.
Initially, when we funded that, I think 2 years ago, Paul came in and said it was gonna be about 15, ended up coming in closer to 10, and then we got hit, and now we're looking at, 40 plus.
Right.
So is it a confluence of we had a claim, so now our premium's going up like it just happens in general in insurance stuff, or are we adding on and now getting some extra protections and enhancing our ability to collect more and protect ourselves a little bit more?
I think it's a little bit of both, and I would also say that I think it's just an awareness that the potential for exposure among public organizations is much greater than it's ever been. So you're right. Those are exactly the reasons. Plus, the risk for other organizations to get it. So.
It's, and of course, I've talked to my safety person about this quite a bit. And it is because of how many attacks you have heard of in general. The attacks are going up, the costs are increasing, and not just for us, but for other organizations. Those premiums are just increasing significantly, and we certainly don't want to put ourselves at risk, knowing these attacks unfortunately seem to be proliferating throughout the United States.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
The other increased cost, since you touched on that increased cost, Matt, is the worker compensation.
And refunding that account.
Yes, right. And, unfortunately, it's hard to predict. I think we do a good job with safety, but we've had some unusual circumstances that have really tapped that fund. So, Finance Director Van Gompel and City Manager Roloff thought that it would be important for us to just make sure we have adequate reserve there, just to protect ourselves in the city. So.
And that's better described on page 494. That's the workers' comp fund. Page 114 just reflects the general funds portion of all those insurances.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't reflect the entire workers' compensation fund.
Yep.
Wasn't it several years back when it's been at least 10 years, I suppose, when we replaced our sanitation trucks
Yes.
with the automated to
Yes.
get these costs down?
Yes. Yeah, that was a successful improvement to our organization.
And
We
I can
had a-
tell you from an experience standpoint, the only time we have had a problem with our refuse workers is when they step off that truck. We haven't had a single accident that doesn't involve a dismount. When
But
they're
you're right,
picking up-
Mayor. Prior to that, it was one of the leading causes of worker compensation injuries in the city, for sure.
Can anybody address our mod rate? I mean, is our mod rate steady? Is it increasing? I mean, because that's really what drives the monetary end of this, right?
Right. We have kind of a pseudo mod rate, if we were getting fully insured, insurance off the shelf, we'd have a mod rate. And I think the mod rate is like 1 is the standard. So anything below 1 is good. Anything above 1 is not so good. But we get a pseudo standard, I think, when we get our stop loss quotes. And I'm trying to think, Michelle, do you know what the pseudo Because it's not really a real rate.
I don't want to pressure you into looking for a specific thing. I'm
Yeah.
just curious if you can just maybe answer generally, is if our mod rate is steady and prices are just going up, or if our mod rate is going up and we're getting those price
Our
increases
mod rate
because of the
generally
mod
is,
rate.
our mod rate is generally below that, like, one threshold. And we have generally a very safe organization. But as I mentioned, we had some real unusual spikes. There's some real unusual injuries that were work-related, specifically in police. So those sorts of things just kind of, I would call them anomalous, that have affected that.
You more than answered my question. Thank
Yep.
you very much.
Sure. Okay. Anything else in insurance? All right, we're back to John, facilities maintenance. And that's on page 115. And I think as council members have been open to at least listening to and responsive to, facilities maintenance is really an issue that has grown over time. Certainly since I've been here, there's been more and more attention placed on it. And, you know, to the, for the gratification of employees too, the fact that council members have, you know, listened and responded, it has really been something that we certainly appreciate. This particular budget talks about the buildings that we have responsibility for. John manages not all the buildings in the city, but slowly it seems like he's assuming more and more responsibility for that. And I think when we were a smaller community, it was just natural to have everybody take care of their own building. But as we've grown bigger and bigger and bigger, we're kind of between those two worlds of, hey, we're a small operation where everybody takes care of their own building versus should this be managed more centrally? Should it be looked at more globally?
We're on page 115, by the way.
Right, 115. Yep. So, before John talks about the facility maintenance, and he can, well, why don't you just talk a little bit about that, John, about the enhancement that we're going to be pulling back and why, and, you know, how it's been going.
If you're talking about the enhancement that's in the budget enhancement now,
Yeah.
that one?
Fire.
That was initiated by the fire department. I believe it's the second year. It's been in the budget as an enhancement. They approached us asking facilities, the reason it's in our budget is because it would be put into our budget as something we would oversee, just like another building we have, which would be to provide the maintenance for all the fire stations. So that's what the enhancement would cover, is a full-time facility maintenance technician to basically take over all the maintenance duties that the fire department currently does internally with their own staff. I believe the fire department, I don't want to speak for Mike Stanley, but I believe Chief Stanley believes it would be more efficient to have a facility maintenance technician address those issues versus their own staff now doing it. So that's why it's under facility maintenance as an enhancement. As far as what else we do, just to expand a little bit on John, we cover all the maintenance responsibilities for City Hall, the safety building, both senior centers, the Grand Opera House, the Convention Center, the ramp, and Sawyer Storage. So those are all under our direct oversight to really manage those buildings, anything that comes in, whether it's preventive maintenance all the way up to repairs and whatnot that comes in day to day. So I can't say enough about our staff, and I don't mean to say that purchasing or Oshkosh Media, they've all done a great job. But I think facility maintenance staff in this last year of COVID, I can't say enough about the additional efforts they had to do for COVID mitigation practices. There was a lot of extra effort and work that went into that. And this is while they were juggling everything else that we do on a normal year. So hats off to them. I think what they did and what they provided not only was obviously something we wanted to do to keep our employees safe, but I think there was a comfort with what they were doing for employees as well, and the public when they would come in. So we really appreciate the efforts of our facility staff in that regard. Some of the bigger projects we tackled last year, you may have been over to the safety building, the 8,000 square feet on the north side of the building that's now been renovated. We worked with PD staff to renovate those areas so that they could move some of their offices over there. I think everything I've heard from Police Chief Dean Smith is that he's very happy with the end result of everything. And our folks worked tirelessly for about 6-7 months on that project. And again, this is all work that they did internally that saves the city a lot of money versus going out to hire contractors to do a lot of that. So they were able to squeeze that in their day-to-day jobs with everything else going on. So we very much appreciate that. That was a very big project. If the council approves going ahead with the security improvements for City Hall, a component of that project is to kind of increase the vestibule areas within some of these suites. That kind of work is also going to be a big project for our facility staff, so I expect that they'll be busy with that in 2022 because that's going to take a lot of time and planning to get that going as well. We've been having a lot of HVAC projects, obviously, we've been working on with the CIP, with the HVAC and roofing. This year we had the boiler replacement here at City Hall. That was a huge project. We also, as part of the project over at the safety building when we did the police department renovation, that was a good opportunity to replace the VAV boxes as part of that area, because there was no one in it, so it was a perfect time to get up into the ceiling and start taking it apart. So we replaced that at that time, and that's really going to increase the energy efficiency of that area as well as the comfort for the occupants and the public in there. So we're always trying to gauge, opportune times to get into places to do what we have to do. As many of you know, a lot of these buildings are pretty old, and we're always trying to improve them as best we can with the dollars we have. So we're always trying to be mindful of that as we move forward. A couple of the other bigger projects there, we replaced the emergency generator at Fire Station 15. That was long overdue. Many of those generators are on the radar. They're really at the end of service life. They're important components to the building health, obviously. So we're going to be looking at doing more of those in the near future with them. Like I said, we help out, as John said earlier. If other departments call us and they need help with a project, we'll certainly give them a hand whenever we can on other maintenance issues. So we're happy to do that. Because then when I'm wearing my purchasing hat, it also helps out because I know what this project is, I know what's coming up, I know the timelines, the planning, and so forth. So there is some synergy there that really helps from an organizational, comprehensive approach towards many of these. So there is a benefit to having purchasing and facilities under the same roof, so to speak, because we can kind of see these things coming a little bit easier and help departments out. I don't know what else you want me to.
Oh, John, just a quick question on the 2022 goals, and this ties over, I think, more overarching to the coordination of the HVAC roofing CIP projects. We've talked about this like over the last couple of years. Are considerations being given or discussed about potential replacement by metal roofing for energy savings and longevity?
We look at that with SEG, Specialty Engineering Group. They're our consultant that we use to manage our roof replacement program. It just depends on the building. It hasn't come up too often as a consideration. Many times we're using asphalt roofing, and that's generally the replacement for that. There's obviously a long-term benefit gain by that, but we haven't really seen a financial advantage as of yet to move that way. Most of our roofs are generally pretty simple to replace, and they tend to go with the asphalt.
So the energy savings component as part of the comprehensive facility review, what are some of the things that you guys are looking at, or should we just wait till we have that discussion more specifically? With the CIP, the HVAC roofing CIP, I don't really see a lot with the roofing right now. We haven't had that brought forward. We see a lot with the HVAC. That's where we see the energy savings, is going from an older unit to a newer unit, obviously. Okay.
But we haven't seen a lot with the roofing yet.
So the other thing I just wanted to touch on, and I'm sorry I kind of got carried away at the beginning, but there is an enhancement here for fire. And as I mentioned, John and his folks take responsibility for a variety of citywide facilities, but not all. But we've had departments approach us with the idea of us taking more and more responsibility on. So it's all in one area. We can budget better. We can plan better. We can take care of things better, kind of like we do with the HVAC and roofing that the mayor just mentioned. So, specifically, James Robbie in Public Works has talked to us about maybe assuming responsibility for facilities. Ray Mauer, especially on the cusp of his new building being developed, you know, how is that going to be managed? Who's going to be responsible for not only the cleaning, but the maintenance and ongoing evaluation of that? So we need to look at that in a little more detailed manner.
Fitz, are you saying we're going to more of a centralized approach? I mean, we see these cycles in business all the time where you decentralize or you centralize.
Right.
So you're basically telling me that we're going to start centralizing all of these projects. Is that accurate?
We've been evaluating that. I don't want to say we're going to go there, but I think before we piecemeal it with this request from fire, I think in having discussions with City Manager Roloff, you know, he thought the most prudent way to do this is let's just study this. Let's get the facts, especially from Public Works and Parks, and potentially even Museum. They've talked to us over the years about that. And then let's see what it might cost, what sort of savings it might generate, what sort of staffing it might require or not require, and then, you know, bring all that back to take a look at. So that's why this request for fire, we're not recommending that you consider it at this time. We're recommending give us a chance to take a look at those other requesters in addition to fire, and then we'll come back to City Manager Roloff and then of course you, and say, hey, this is what we're thinking. We think it's the right time because we're almost at a point where everybody is under facilities maintenance. It doesn't make sense to have one or two not any longer.
And before Mike jumps in, pardon me.
No, go for it.
So these are significant decisions. I mean, when you centralize and when you decentralize,
Sure.
these are significant decisions with long-term, short-term ramifications. So I would caution all of us to look very carefully at any decision we just decide to look at.
Absolutely, and that's why we're not doing any of that this year. It has to be very carefully considered, but the idea that I just wanted to make you aware that why we're pulling this back, or why we would recommend pulling this back, is because we want to look at it comprehensively and do a good job with it before we make this call. That's all.
Yeah,
Okay,
rather
so-
than swing the pendulum one wide way, we've been slowly looking at, are there opportunities where
Right.
more centralization makes sense? Museum, for example, decided not to do it because of all the needs they have and how that person not only assists with their facility maintenance, but they also help with their exhibition. So they see an advantage of keeping that person in-house because of the talents.
So if I could just interrupt and ask a question, though, isn't it true that this might be coming to us in this fashion because we don't necessarily want an EMS or a firefighter, paramedic person repairing a broken plumbing pipe at a time we need them out responding to a life emergency?
Well, that's a good way to crystallize it, but yeah, and I think that would apply to a variety of departments. So they're hired for very specific responsibilities, but in the old days, everybody was doing their job, plus also doing maintenance and cleaning and things like that departmentally. So that's an example. That's a good example in the fire world. But the same thing.
I've got another
apply in
example in the
others.
fire world though too. That's a community during training and all their duties as part of that firehouse family. They're working on their cars and boats in the parking lot. So I mean, I want to caution us as to what the reasoning is that.
Yeah,
that
our
we
employees
do this.
aren't doing that. I mean, some communities may allow that, but we don't. So.
Yeah, I would say, there's old anecdotal jokes within the fire service. It's like, well, that person may be a good firefighter, but are they a good plumber? Or are they a good carpenter? Because the old school approach to fire service was that they did everything by themselves. With the high level of training and specialization that these folks have, do we want them to be spending their time? If they could be doing an inspection or a follow-up to a fire investigation, very timely, given yesterday, Should they be doing that? Well, the answer is, of course they should be, versus some other in-house stuff.
And the KPIs are tied to the response time. So if they're like elbows deep up into some, I don't know, plumbing project, we're gonna keep using that. Is that gonna delay
It's a good
getting
example.
out the door to the fire from yesterday?
It's an issue of how do you balance those things out.
Right,
because-
and we're always looking at trying to be as efficient as we can, and does it make sense to have, Mike hired to do all these other things, and then he's swabbing toilets and doing other stuff?
But they're doing it within the same building. They're not doing it down the street or anything like that, so.
Right, they're not running
Right.
down to another station or
Right,
anything
right,
like that.
yeah,
They're
they're,
staying-
again,
they're
staying-
in-house already.
It doesn't
In-house,
just
yeah.
apply to fire, it applies to parks workers, it applies to streets workers, it applies to other people in our departments, in our organization, that are not just working on streets, they're doing other stuff like this. And does that make sense? And should we be paying them X amount of dollars to do that?
I do have 4 years of janitorial experience. This is true. So I'd be happy to do that if you want me to.
Right.
You're hired.
Right.
I have some experience there myself.
So is there a timeline? I guess when you're pulling 6. When should we see this? Next year, 2 years from now?
I think we have a lot of work to do, and I didn't mean to get everybody alarmed, but I just wanted to give you an explanation as to why we're pulling 6.
Okay.
But we really have a lot of work to do
Okay.
to take a look at this and do a good job making sure that we do a detailed analysis, just like Councilmember Miller was suggesting.
Yeah, and I had to pull 6 because we had to balance the budget. And so as much as I would, I would.
Well, we haven't balanced the budget, let's be honest. So, I mean, I'm not throwing you under the bus, but we have not balanced the budget, and
You
we're
haven't
far
pulled-
from it.
No,
So, right,
but
yeah.
this wouldn't help you get any more balanced.
Right, yeah, exactly, exactly. Thanks, Fitz.
Sure.
Thanks, John.
Okay, so the next thing we have is John in Oshkosh Media.
Did you put it going back there to get another hat?
Got another folder.
And that is on page.
You're like Cher, did you do a little quick change behind stage?
Where's that? Thank you, Paula.
So, I think you all know what a great job Oshkosh Media does with very limited resources, especially, recently with, all the new requirements associated with us having remote meetings and remote access and remote participation. So, John, you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, the Oshkosh Media team, much like
Those folks.
purchasing, much like facilities, staff did a great job this past year. They also had a big role in many of the challenges that COVID presented to the city as an organization. The Oshkosh Media staff were working hand in hand with IT, working to get the virtual meetings set up and work with all the boards and commissions and council meetings and, board meetings, et cetera. So great job to all those folks this last year as we navigated through all the challenges that COVID brought from a technology perspective. Many of their projects received some high praise from our state and Midwest peers in terms of awards. We're happy about that. That's something that we're fortunate every year to be highlighted, and this year was no different. They also worked hard on some social media recommendations and improvements to our social media programs and processes, and we hope to start to work on some of those this coming year. We met with City Manager Roloff and presented those, so we're going to start working on those this coming year and hope to work with our partners within the city that work on social media to get their insight and input so we can work cohesively as an organization on some of those things. We did several upgrades in areas. Probably the most notable is at the convention center. We helped them with some new virtual meeting cameras to help them with that. They came to us and said, boy, I mean, this is no surprise. They're getting more and more requests for virtual conference use there. And so we worked with them on that, got that going. Jake worked with our contractor on putting that in. So, yeah, it's been a very busy year for them. They did a great job, and 2022, we got some more exciting goals set up for them, as you can see there. And yeah, it's a small team down there, like purchasing. It's just 3 people, but they juggle a lot within those 3 people.
Just out of curiosity, John, can you share how many meetings they cover? I know their KPIs are the live government meeting coverage is we're around, like, down around 78% for the last quarter, but how many total meetings do they cover?
I'm going to stall while Jake comes up here with that answer, but I will address the 78% since you did bring that up. You may have been aware that we had an outage from Spectrum with our video encoder, and that's why that number was down for this last quarter. But as far as do you know, Jake, how many meetings roughly?
Monthly, I would say roughly 13 or 14 different government bodies per month.
13 or 14 per month.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
Any questions?
On the school board and the county board meetings that we cover, do they chip in at all on this?
Well, they do kind of in kind. I remember having some meetings, City Manager Roloff and I, with the county executive in regard to some of the capital needs that we had going forward. And the county and school district have always been good partners in that regard.
Yeah, I think the thinking has always been with the PEG revenues that we get. We do better than most cities in the state on our PEG revenues, even though they've been getting chipped away here and there. Those costs help cover a good portion of Oshkosh Media Services. So everybody pays the PEG fee. When you pay your cable bill, I pay mine. We all chip into it. So the idea is that operationally we can cover those costs. But when it's capital replacement, we reached out a couple of years ago and said, look, we need you to chip in for your own capital needs. And the county and school district were very cooperative with us.
Right. And if you care to look at the revenues for that, they're on 127, but I wasn't going to bore you with all that stuff. Anything else about Oshkosh Media? All right. So the next budget I have is another one for John, and it is the Grand Opera House.
I'll just bring all the files up.
Yeah.
That's easier, John.
I keep looking for a different shirt or something.
Right. So, the Grand has always been a good partner for us. They're very understanding of the circumstances that we have and competition for improvements with projects. More recently, I think when City Manager Roloff and I sat down with the new Foundation Board President and other representatives, they understood the phenomenon that they're in competition for dollars with other projects in the city, other capital improvement projects in the city, and that it's difficult for them to compete. When somebody's street needs to get repaired or we have some other citizen-oriented need. So I think, I hate to brag about my boss too much, but in the latest agreement, we were able to negotiate some components in that contract whereby they have some responsibility for defraying some of the cost. They've adopted more matching kind of principles, so they can place themselves in a position where they're not specifically competing against another CIP project. So we've made some real strides, I think, there, and they are very understanding in terms of what their position is. Not that they aren't a priority, they are a priority, and it is our building, and we want to make sure that we keep it in a great state. But I think I felt, and I believe City Manager Roloff felt too, and John was part of that process too, that we made some real breakthroughs with their recognition of the difficult circumstances council has to balance when they're trying to allocate funds. So, anything else on Grand Opera House, John, you want to talk about?
As you said, we are the landlord, they are the operator. We have the lease arrangement. So we, as general services and facilities maintenance, we're responsible for making sure that we uphold our end of the bargain in terms of what we provide to them in terms of facilities,
right.
and maintaining that facility. A key component to that, much like what John was saying, is communication. We have to be ready to hear whatever might have happened. We want them to always know they can call us, which they do, And I think we have a very good relationship with the foundation. The day-to-day management down there, they stay in tune with stuff. They let us know. The sooner we know about a problem, obviously, the better from a maintenance perspective. And I think we try to be as proactive as we can to stay on top of things, both from preventive maintenance as well as other projects and situations down there. Some of the projects we've been working on them are listed in our 2021 accomplishments. We're replacing the stage floor there. We're hoping to get that done by spring of next year. That's the project we've been working with them on for a while. It's postponed, obviously, because of the high lumber costs right now. They're also have approached us about their dimmer rack, which controls the lighting for the entire performance lighting inside. That's reaching the end of service life kind of a situation. So we're looking to hire a consultant later this year to kind of study that and come back with some recommendations for the CIP for the replacement on that. And so we've also done all kinds of little projects along the way, weather stripping, whatnot. So again, communication is the key. We always like to know what's going on if there's any problems so we can stay on top of it. So they've been really good about that, and we appreciate all their help as well.
This is another one where they've kind of had some challenges with some pandemic-related attendance and that as well. When because their foundation are separate and we're only dealing with the building, that loss of, I'm not even sure, did they put a ARPA request in for any kind of loss of tourism dollars, or?
They did not put an ARPA request in specifically for lost revenue because they were covered by PPP.
Ah, okay.
But they have put in an ARPA request for some capital, and I'm meeting with Mr. Cartier next week. He's going to do his lobbying on it, but it's with all the other ones that have been requested. Like I said, I'm really popular these days with that ARPA money, and I think Mr. Miller said recently, he goes, as much as we don't want to spend the money too quickly, you probably wish that we could just to get it behind us. And I was like, yeah, you're right. It'd be nice to have it behind us, but we can't just do it all so quickly.
Anything else on the grant? Okay, the next one is on page 437. It's the Oshkosh Convention Center. And I think, we had already worked on our agreements with the Oshkosh Convention Center, and the grant kind of patterned their behavior after some of the things that we were able to convey to the convention center about how we can better plan for some of the enhancements that they'd like to see. So that was kind of an initial, I think, a foundational step, and since then I think it's been going pretty well. Do you want to talk about some of the more recent things that we've done, John, and some of the goals?
Sure. 2021 was a busy year. It was actually a little different, obviously, with COVID. They didn't have as much business meeting in person, obviously. And so it was an opportunity for us to kind of get a few more projects done, perhaps, than a normal year. In a normal year, it's a scheduling issue I should say, it's a challenge with obviously to meet with them and get their items addressed because they have people in those rooms. But we had a lot of big projects in 2021. One of them was the AV update I mentioned earlier to improve their virtual meeting capability. It was kind of a catch-up year in terms of things that they've wanted to have done, so we were able to get to them. The entries and exit doors, hardware needed to be replaced. Wall coverings on the movable walls, we got those addressed. They have some kitchen equipment that just reaches its end of its service life, kind of a thing, and so we were able to replace some of those, garbage disposal unit, etc. But with all of these, we're always appreciative when Dan Shetter and company keep us in the loop on things sooner than later. I think communication there is very good with them as well, just as it is with the grant, and appreciate their relationship. But we know if we get to them and make them successful, that's going to help the city and the community better as a whole down the road. So whatever we can do to keep them moving and keep them operational, that's always a priority for us. And I think our facilities staff do a great job of juggling, again, the demands from this building, just like any other of our buildings, in the loop. It's not always easy, and we have to kind of prioritize from time to time, but I think we really appreciate all the help on both sides of that that relationship. A big project we're looking at for this coming year is to replace the air handlers in the ceiling. That's been something that we've been wanting to do for a long time.
Yes.
The mayor's in total
Yes.
agreement.
And it's a project that's taking longer than we thought, just because there's more engineering involved, but we hope to be able to put that out to bid later this fall. And again, we're kind of playing with that market again of supply chain, trying to figure out the best time to do this. Our hope is we can put it on the roof instead of where it is now, which is the mezzanine, which will make it a lot quieter, significantly more quieter. So that's a project that's coming up. And yeah, just kind of plugging away as we go and keeping the place, operational and successful for them.
You notice that when we book rooms, they're more than happy to give us that room that
Of
does
course,
the most
the
rattling.
crappy, you can't hear anything room.
That makes them smart. Right.
But, I'd give John and the Oshkosh Media folks credit. When Dan and those guys initially came in about the remote meeting equipment, Dan doesn't have that skill set. And he came in and said, I think we're gonna need to spend, it was like $150,000 at one point. And Jake just said, do you mind if I take a look at that? And by the time we were done, we spent about less than a third of that. But I think it was bringing the right people in. That wasn't necessarily Jake's world, but it's Jake's knowledge level. And so Jake was able to give them really good advice. And so we're careful about spending wisely over there.
Well, and that's an example of, we know Jake's gonna be responsible for it, so he might as well have a hand in how it's being done and managed and set up, so.
Indeed.
We try to work that way whenever we can.
Even though they were trying to steal him away as an employee, we forgave them of that, and we still helped them.
Jake, we know where you live. That's all I'm gonna say.
There we go.
And just mechanically and structurally, this budget is set up a little bit differently because it also deals with the hotel motel room tax, and on 440, there's a little bit of debt analysis that I know that Finance Director Van Gompel loves to work on in his free time. So if you want to look at that, or if you have any questions about that, I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to you about that. But we're making some real progress, as we are with all of our debt. Anything you want to talk about there, Russ?
No.
Okay. All right.
The parking ramp?
Yep,
Did you
that's the
speak to
next
that?
one,
Oh,
442.
okay, that's separated out, okay.
Yep. So actually, that's another thing that we manage is the parking ramp, and we have we've had a relationship with a consultant where they've assessed the structural integrity of that ramp and provided in the past kind of a plan for us to work on things over time. So we could budget appropriately and then address them appropriately. We kind of had this Gantt chart where we could see when we'd need to kind of address some things. And we're in the process of, I think, going to be updating that plan, John. Is that correct, going forward?
Right.
Because the other one we had is just needs to be updated, right?
The other plan, I believe, was a 10-year plan. We've hit the end of it. We've actually caught up. We've put quite a bit of updates into the ramp in various areas over the last several years, and we're at a sort of a natural breaking point now, so we thought this would be the opportune time to update that, put out another 10-year plan, have the consultants look at it and provide us some input with what we need to be looking at for the next 10 years. And I should say, we also work closely with the hotel operators with that, because they have a very vested interest in making sure
Right.
it's meeting what their business models are for people using the ramp. So we'll be working with Dan Shetter and company with that as well.
Just as a reminder for council members relatively new, this is, because you probably don't stay at the hotel very often, there is a per night charge tacked on to each bill. I think is it $3 now,
I think
John?
it's $3 a night now.
$3 a night. That's where that's all the funds that go into that fund come from. So it's pretty much building up a war chest so that when some of these improvements are needed, that we do that.
Any questions about the ramp? Okay. I think the rest of the budgets that I have are Michelle. So John, you're off the hook for right now. One last thing before John goes, he's also feverishly working on that with SRF on that ADA study. and City Manager Roloff and I and John are going to be meeting, is it this week? Pretty quickly on
No, next week.
next week, on seeing how that looks, and then hopefully we can get the results of that to council pretty quick. Because I know you've been made aware of that, and you're kind of waiting for it, so.
Did that include any kind of public participation piece?
I don't,
This was an assessment.
this is just an assessment at this stage, right? Yeah, we haven't, we need to formulate the results, and then certainly we can share that information as widely as we think we need to, so.
I guess, I'm just wondering, over the years, the number of folks that have mentioned, specific accessibility or universal design needs or desires, if there is any public, I guess it would be at the council point where they could do that, but.
Sure. I think they were just, we were at the stage of information gathering now, just physically, locationally, with their own physical inspection. That's where we were at with it right now, so.
I think there would be value for public input after this process is
Yeah.
complete, because they're objectively saying, here's where you're in compliance and not compliance. But in terms of a practical standpoint, which ones would be best to be done first? There may be some value to hearing from that.
Sure.
For example, our hearing loop system is very good because we received great public input
Right.
through multiple things, where it's the convention center, the Grand, right here in the council chambers. We got really good input on that. Some other things, I think there may be some value to getting some good public input before we start implementing, because we won't be able to do it all in one day.
Right.
But which ones are best going to meet certain target populations' needs would be really helpful.
All right. 3 more to go. We're getting to the end here. So the next one is really more of a kind of a placeholder budget, I would call it. It's the Employee Benefits Fund. It's located on 492. It just talks about how we budget for some of the components of our health insurance and other things, like 3 Waves. I think some of the stuff for 3 Waves is in here, our employee clinic. So we've been making some significant changes with our benefit providers and our consultants, and maybe, Michelle, you can just talk a little bit about what kinds of things you're all working on. This budget's pretty boring, but I think your actions are pretty exciting.
Right, well, as you all recall, you approved our transition recently to a self-funded medical plan. So that obviously has some impact on how we spend those dollars and this fund. As I know we have told you in the past, or Mr. Van Gumpel has, we have about 1.8 million in the fund balance. I know it doesn't say it on these pages, I don't think, the fund balance itself.
Go on.
Is this where the training is, the education reimbursement? Is it in
No.
this fund? No. Because I know earlier
It
Matt had
looks-
asked about where.
Yeah,
it was.
that, we've been looking behind the scenes since he raised that question, but we know it's not here.
Is it 6459 maybe, Russ?
Well,
Could it be?
let's stick with
Yeah.
let's stick with this.
Yeah.
We still owe an answer. The Employee Benefits Fund?
Right.
Yep.
Anyway, so this is where we have housed our costs historically for our clinic, for our annual health risk assessments, for our consultant services and such. And this will all be, of course, in conjunction now with our self-funded medical plan. So again, the budget's not too exciting, but we are doing a lot of exciting things when it comes to going to self-funded, enhancing our clinic in 2022, 2022, where we'll be having a new vendor and some additional services to our employees starting in the April timeframe. So we've also selected a new consultant, and we really hope that they're going to help us, I guess, make sure we give high quality care at reasonable cost to our employees, so that we can manage our overall budget when it comes to the medical plan. So that's kind of what this budget's all about, is all of those things that go into our medical program for our employees
Yeah.
and other benefits programs.
Right, the only other thing the council has already approved is a new EAP provider.
Correct,
And
yeah.
I think that's gonna provide some specialized access for our police and fire folks, especially because they're in need of those resources on a 24-hour sort of circumstance. So I think that'll be a real upgrade for our folks there. So that's really all there is with this one. It's a placeholder budget. We talked about the worker comp fund already. It's located on 494. There's more specific info in there if you want to look at it. The big driver is our stop loss because we're self-funded. We have an extra insurance policy, so to speak, to protect the city from catastrophic claim. So, but we've covered that pretty extensively. And then the last budget is a pretty basic budget also. It's the police, I'm sorry, it's the police,
Police and Fire Commission budget.
right? We have that. What page is that on, Michelle? I'm sorry.
It's different in my abbreviated version.
It's in the general fund.
Okay. It's listed,
155.
yep, 155. So that's pretty basic. I'm sorry to go backward. And then there's also a police and fire pension fund, which is kind of an obscure budget, and that's on 498. And that's really just before the city joined the Wisconsin retirement system, a lot of old police and fire departments had their own pensions. And that's really all this is on 498. There's, I think there's one person left that is still accessing that fund. So, but that's really.
On both police and fire?
Just one,
Yeah.
just one, I think. I don't know if it's, I think it's just,
Please.
police.
So Fitz, I don't have the number in
It's a
front of me.
spouse.
So when that fund is, when there is no longer a qualified individual drawing for that fund,
Right.
will that flow over into the state fund then?
No, actually, we're researching what we may or may not be able to do with that fund.
Okay.
We have a benefits attorney that we rely on, and I know Finance Director Van Gompel's been in contact with that person, and we'll see what sort of options we might be able to
Okay.
pursue with it.
Just real quick, I don't have it in front of me. How much is in that fund?
Rusty, you know?
Yeah, we got that.
Just ballpark.
Isn't that the one we were looking at, help them bail out the workers'
Yes.
comp fund?
The, actually, if there's any funds left over, I was gonna recommend to council that we close those out and move them into the workers' compensation fund that's actually in a negative position right now. They are city funds.
Okay, as long as.
We have the obligation to that one surviving spouse.
My point being, as long as we're not taking money away from somebody, I'm fine
Oh,
with
but no,
that.
we
so,
we
yeah.
wouldn't do
No,
that.
we can't do that.
But so do we know how much is left in that fund? Just ballpark, don't.
I think it's like $500,000.
There's
Yeah,
a $500,000
think
one
so.
and something else in the other.
Okay.
Well,
Don't bother, don't,
Oh, I
yeah,
got
get
it
it to
right
me
here.
later.
We'll
It's
get
just
it
kind of
back
a relic of the
lunchtime.
past.
I don't have it in my memory, I just have to find it.
I don't know how you could have any numbers in your memory after a week like this.
I know. Continue on, I'll find
yeah.
it. I'll get back to you.
Unless you have any other questions for administrative services, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, your enhancement regarding the class and comp study,
Yes.
it's actually, we had Laurie in finance, last week, and, one of the members made a comment regarding this, because, City Manager Roloff had to us on ARPA
Sure.
and some things, and I hadn't looked at it this way, in terms of, and I'll share in a second, but you opened my eyes just a little bit in terms of funding this. We've saved a considerable amount of money over the last, 2021 alone, but over the last several years because of not filling positions as quickly as we could, just the general dynamics of the human resources side of this.
Right.
And basically, we banked a ton of money in the general fund on the backs of having open positions. And by using some of those funds from those open positions to invest into our employees, to invest into this study. Wasn't
Sure.
Yeah, she opened my eyes a little bit in terms of that's a different way to look at it. In terms
Yeah,
of it's
right.
not just an expense, because, that's, we're looking
Right,
at-
they're salary savings, that's what we
It
call
is.
it.
But in terms of actually investing in them from savings, from money that should have been going to an employee in some fashion, was a different way for me to look at it.
Sure. I would
Oh,
just,
sure.
I'll just say, I hope you'll see fit to agree with going forward with this, but also the other part of it is, the results of whatever comes forward from this. That's gonna be a significant responsibility for us to commit to too. And I guess I wouldn't ask you to do that in advance, of course, but doing the study, seeing the results, and then trying to determine what we can do, that'll be the other part of this. And so I just wanted to be open about that.
They're our biggest asset, so.
Yes.
Getting back to the earlier question from Councilmember Miller, fire pension fund has 147,000 left in it, and there are no other expenditures coming out of that fund any longer. And the police pension fund is 584,000, and that's the one that we have the one annuitant still left. There's surviving spouse.
So roughly 700 grand.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. What is that, what, I'll ask you at lunch, never mind.
All right. Speaking of which, unless there are any more questions,
Thanks,
we're
Council.
on break till
Yep.
12:45.
Thank you both very much, nice job.
Sandwiches
Yep.
are in my office.